Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome, folks. How are you this evening? For some reason, I have a giant thing there. There we go. Why is it doing this? There you go. All right, cool. All right, welcome, everybody. Once again, we have the guys from it's Resurgence, right?
Yeah, the Resurgence.
Yeah, the Resurgence of... Go ahead, man.
Yeah, okay. I'm actually really, really bad with titles for some reason, and I often switch them around, which is really terrible when you're looking for a book, by the way. So just been a thing for me forever. I don't know why. So I want to continue. We had a great discussion the other night, and we got in the weeds in a bunch of different areas, which is going to happen. And I wanted to bring you guys back, at least, part of you, and let's talk some more. It's really great, and I think it's going to be a good. I think it's going to be a good night to talk about it. Friday night is a great night to talk about all kinds of things of odd natures. Yeah.
Last time you had Nick and the other guy we work with, Plutarch.
Yeah, Plutarch. Yep. And now we have Steve on.
Financial guy. He knows a lot about that kind of stuff. Nick is more on the the
History
people
and
side.
theology.
History and theology. And I'm more on the kind of a little bit of everything, since my background is in mechanical engineering.
But he's been more red pill than anyone. So long and the longest. So
Well, I mean, with the observations of what human nature is, not with the beliefs of what to do with it. That's common. Let's put that in perspective.
Sure. Okay. Go with that. I think it's hard sometimes to really define some of the things that we want to define, and it's okay to not actually get them defined. I think. So when we talk about red pill and all the pills, and blue pill and black pill and whatever other color pills we're doing this week, it's I think for a lot of people it becomes this weird subject that they don't really prescribe to it, and they don't want to deal with it, and they honestly it's just like a lot of other things in politics. Some people care very deeply about it. A lot of people don't care even the least little bit. And this is what happens, whether we want it to or not, with everything, right? Like, I personally think that, people should take elections very seriously, but unfortunately, not everybody does. Weirdly, shocking, but they don't. And I have, I'm of the opinion that if you don't vote, then you don't get to complain, right? Like, and the worst thing somebody can say to me is that I don't vote because everyone's corrupt and there's nothing I can do about it. Well, you're damned right. There's nothing you can do about it.
You'll never vote for anyone but Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Because there's nothing you can do about it because you're not even in the game. And so I think it's funny. I don't know how many other people find it funny, but I do. And or actually tragic. Maybe tragic is a better word. It's a bit, I don't know. But at any rate, it's a bunch of good conversations to have. I don't know. Did you guys happen to watch Andrew's it was supposed to be a debate, but the weirdness that he had on Tim Pool this morning with the guys from where's that guy from
It's
again?
Richard Spencer. Richard
I'm sorry?
Spencer. He went on for a debate with Richard Spencer.
Yeah. It was supposed to be a debate, but it ended up just being like a waste of his time. And my personal opinion is, and I expressed this to Glenn earlier, is that the guy ended up watching Andrew's practice mock debate stream, and it just scared the crap out of him, and he didn't want anything to do with it. So he came on and just made a mockery of the whole thing.
Yeah, I listened to it.
I did not. So
yeah, it was. You didn't miss a lot, honestly. If you didn't listen to it, it wasn't that big a deal. But because the guy just basically just was like, he wasn't even really arguing. And one of the things that was really infuriating is he just kept saying this. He kept giving this line about how it didn't matter because regardless of how conservative people are, that their kids would always move towards progressivism, and there's nothing you can do about it. So why even have an argument about it? Right. And this was an interesting, it was an interesting tactic. I had not seen that tactic before, actually. And so it was very interesting for me to watch that go down. And I kind of really understood what he was doing, is that he was basically conceding the debate and making a mockery of it without actually conceding the debate or even having a debate, because he would just always default back to this rhetoric of no matter what we do, we're just going to end up in this progressive society with and a society that would tear itself apart. John Dedman is correct in that his Civil War mongering was weird. Actually, I don't know if it was wild. It was just weird. And the guys, I think that he decided that he wasn't going to win. So the best alternative was to make it look like a complete joke. And that's what I think he did.
He started talking about, conservatives or progressives are actually conservative. Biden is actually conservative.
Right.
He's conserving the status quo. And then, then he said, Andrew said something like conservatives are trying to conserve Christian principles and values in our society. Well, no, that's not what conservatives are. They're just trying to conserve the status quo. And so Andrew got into, no, they're actually trying to move things back to the way they were
center
years ago or a few years ago or whatever, not just preserve. And so Richard Spencer kept saying that, kind of Biden and Trump are the same, only Trump wants to go in to destroy things. Well, then Andrew said, no, Trump's like a hand grenade. He doesn't really have solutions. He's just in there to stir the pot and make things happen.
That's what you use hand grenades. You throw them in there and you see what shakes loose,
I follow what Dabney says. I think conservatism died at the Civil War. Where he says, he's got a quote. He says, he talks about women's rights and talks about its only opponent, Northern Conservative. This Northern Conservatism is a party which never conserves anything. Its history has been that it demurs to each aggression of the Progressive Party and aims to save its credit by a respectable amount of growling, but always acquiesces at the last in the innovation. What was the resisted novelty of yesterday is today one of the accepted principles of conservatism. It is now conservative only in affecting to resist the next innovation, which will tomorrow be forced upon its timidity and will be succeeded by some third revolution to be denounced, then adopted in its turn. American conservatism is merely the shadow that follows radicalism as it moves forward towards perdition. That was like before 1900. So.
Yeah, do you know, Grid One, do you know who Dabney was?
I'm sorry, were you speaking to me or?
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know who Dabney was? Maybe your viewers don't.
No. Not
Okay.
offhand.
Why don't you explain, Nick?
So he was a chaplain of the Confederacy and chief of staff to Stonewall Jackson, and he wrote Stonewall Jackson's biography.
He was a minister, considered by some the greatest theologian in the U.S., if not the world. He was highly regarded before the Civil War. And yeah, then the chief of staff of General Stonewall Jackson.
Yeah. So I don't know that I mean, I can see the viewpoint, but I don't know that I agree with it. I have a problem with all doomsayers, because if you're just gonna say the world is doomed, then just go ahead and check out and leave the rest for us who don't believe that.
No, I'm not a doomsayer.
No, I wasn't saying you were. It's just I have a problem with people who say things like, "Well, it's kind of the no true Scotsman fallacy where there's no more conservatives. Those guys don't exist. Let's just forget about the Amish. Those guys are like super conservative. So let's forget about those guys. Let's forget about all the people out there who actually believe in the things that you're talking about. But then you tell them that what they believe in doesn't actually exist, and you cast them adrift in a sea of misery surrounded by progressives. That's ridiculous, man. That's the dumbest thing I've heard tonight. And I haven't heard that much tonight, so it's a low bar, but I'll give you that. But I've been alone all day today, so I'm like really like.
Well, it is true that modern conservatism basically keeps compromising with yesterday's progressivism. So it does beg the question: okay, where are the actual conservatives at, and why aren't they in power? Now, there's a few. I can say I know a few that are in Congress, and not the U.S. Congress at least, but like Dusty Beavers.
This goes to the ever-present argument of just because somebody doesn't agree with me doesn't mean they're not what I am. And Glenn and I were talking about. We've been talking about this for all week, basically, off and on. A couple hours at a time. At one point, I think 6 hours at a time. But we have this. So here's what I see. And I'm not a learned man, right? I'm little more than a educated gorilla. So just keep in mind that I bang on hammers with things. But what I see is you basically, on the left side of the aisle, from center left over, they all agree with each other. Even if they disagree, they all agree. They don't tear each other apart. They don't hold each other to some ridiculous standard that they don't even hold themselves to. They don't do these things. On the right side of the aisle, we constantly throw literally arrows at each other daily. You can't get 3 different conservatives in a room without one of them being like, well, you're not a conservative. You're a fucking liberal. And we hear it over and over again, right? And it's usually that we agree, and this was really present in the Dave Smith, who claims to be a libertarian, debate against Andrew. They agreed on about 90% of what they were talking about. But they have about a 10% disagreement, and a lot of that's around religion. A lot of that's around morality and where Dave believes his morality comes from. Even though he claims to be a religious man, he doesn't actually claim his morality through his religion, which is I have a mental problem getting those two facts to align. Maybe somebody else can. I can't get there. But with Andrew and Dave Smith the other night or last week, they basically agree on everything. So and Andrew actually held back and didn't destroy Dave Wilson like he would have Destiny. Like if that had been Destiny in the argument, it would have been like nuked, fallout, nothing left. but he actually built Dave Smith up at the back on the back end of the argument because we do agree. And I found this for a couple of decades now that I've always wondered why that is. And I use the example that my mother is a Kennedy Democrat. She might as well be a Republican right now.
Sure.
But she still agrees with the Democrat Party. She will still vote for Biden. She will do it because even though she doesn't even understand what the man stands for, and when I give her the arguments, when I give her the facts, she's like, "Oh, I don't believe in that." But she will still vote that direction. She will still follow that lead because she is a Democrat and they are united. We are Republicans and we are conservative. And the interesting thing is half the fucking libertarians I meet are fucking Republicans that are just embarrassed to claim the name Republican or conservative for that matter. They literally, their dick gets soft if they claim that they're a Republican or a conservative. Even though that's what they are.
You know, your thought on how cohesive the progressives are, the lefties. Well, I've heard it said.
I just said that they all vote together. They all follow the same. Even if they disagree.
Well, that's what I mean. They stick together.
Right. They will fall in the line.
From that perspective. So they move things 2 steps forward. And then Republicans or conservatives come in and they can't really cooperate to get anything moved back. So they move it 1 step back.
Right.
Do they ever move it 3 steps back to take back the ground that had been given up 5 years ago? No.
So again, the answer is not to fracture everything further by saying there are no true conservatives. We just don't fucking exist anymore. Now we got to have a libertarian party, but we can't have a libertarian party. We got to have a neocon libertarian party. We got to have a paleocon libertarian party. We got to have like 3,000 fucking libertarian parties out there. I don't even know what they all stand for. I don't even understand what a libertarian is. And worse, they can't explain to me what they are. Because they'll sit there and they'll say, "Well, I stand for this, 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 and this." I go, "Oh, well, you're a conservative. You're a Republican." They're like, no. I'm a libertarian. Well, the fuck you are. Literally everything you just said is a conservative value. Every single thing you said is a conservative value. But they won't be associated with it because I don't want to be part of the political machine. I'm an independent thinker. I'm an independent voter, and I just don't believe in any of this bullshit.
What I want to know is who is supposed to enforce the non-aggression principle.
Oh man, that's too early in the night to bring that up. Come on, we got to have way more political discussion before we come up with non-aggression principle bullshit. That's
so I do have a theory why a lot of the Southerners still vote Democrat, and they never switch to Republican. Is because it goes back to the consciousness that they grew up with. Is that the Republicans, they were called the radical Republicans, if you remember.
Yeah.
In the 1860s, the radical Republicans, they were the oppressors. They were those who invaded the South. And who was the South but the Democrats? So they voted Democrat, but then the parties kind of switched. And like
they did,
100
but they
years
never
later,
did actually switch. That was a fabricated story, which I don't understand even how that. I don't understand how anybody bought that. I mean, it wasn't even a good. The press didn't even do a good job of twisting the truth well. Like modern day press corps could like make a way more convincing argument of switching sides and what the local crap. I'm having a brain fade. What the reporters of the day managed to do.
But didn't things kind of flip when back in the Reagan era with Jerry Falwell and the moral majority? That was a bunch of Southern Christians, and they got on this family values thing and united with Reagan, and was that really the first shift of the
Was
a
it
lot
a
of the
shift?
southern states?
Was it a shift?
I mean, their values didn't change. Southern values didn't change.
I don't know anybody. I don't really know anybody that actually votes Democrat in the South that isn't a Kennedy Democrat. The only reason they voted Democrat was because Kennedy was the way, the truth, and the light. I mean, that seriously, they believe that. They believe that he just about walked on water. You can't tell him there's anything wrong with John F. Kennedy. They don't even believe anything's wrong with the Kennedy family because they were related to John F. Kennedy. And other than that, I can't ever find a Democrat in the South where I live that actually believes half the horse shit that comes out of their mouth. But the only thing they believe is that Kennedy was a Democrat and I'm of the party of Kennedy. And that is something that is very carefully preserved in the South, is that whole mantra. But although it's falling apart now, even my mom now says that she does not recognize the Democrat Party as her party. And really the problem is the real problem that you have in the South. Now, I don't know about anywhere else in the country. I mean, I do, because I've lived in Colorado. I lived in California. I've been all over the country, but I really know about the South. And one of the interesting things about the South that I find is you have a bunch of leftists coming in, and they're actually doing more harm than good for the existing Kennedy Democrats, because what they're showing the Kennedy Democrats, who are really conservative Democrats. You understand that we used to actually have conservative Democrats?
Mm-hmm.
It used to actually be a real thing. We had conservative and moderate and liberal Democrats. And most of the Southerners were conservative Democrats. They were just as likely to vote for the same things Republicans did that Republicans were to vote on conservative Democrat policy. I mean, it was really that close, right? Right up until, well, like the 60s. So, there seems to be a thing there that happened that kind of made things kind of go weird. Like a whole drug abuse thing going on, just shit like that.
The tank guy, it was like Tank Man, whatever.
Yeah. And so when you have this, when you have all of these guys who are coming in to the South, and they're, especially as politicians, and they come in and they start preaching the leftist ideals from progressive states, they get shut down really quickly by their own Democrats, because that's not what they don't believe in socialism. They don't believe in these leftist principles. They don't believe in communism. They don't believe in all of these things. They can still do math here. So they don't believe in giveaway programs. They understand how that works. And so they do more harm than good most of the time when they come to the southern states. Now, some cities, like where I'm at, it is a completely red state except for Knoxville, Nashville, and Memphis. Completely red. There's not even any real purple. It's completely
I grew up
red.
in Minnesota, and except for Minneapolis, St. Paul, kind of up to the Iron Range in Duluth, pretty much the rest of the state is red. You wouldn't know. I mean, they are more progressive thinking, because now I live in North Dakota. North Dakota, it's like we drink different water over here. We don't put up with that stuff.
I think about the only thing that made sense to the Southerners were the labor unions, and that's how they kind of got in and increased a little bit of toehold they had. The Democrat Party was with the labor unions, but even those didn't really take off. And here, a guy who owns a business, and if a union tries to come in, they will. Matter of fact, there was a company here locally, and they made fiberglass boats, and that's a huge industry here in the South. We have a lot of boat factories that make fiberglass bass boats and fishing boats and ski boats, all kinds of shit. In my hometown, there used to be 3 factories that made boats. And this guy had a really good thing going. His little company, growing, everything's great. Here comes the union man down from up north. Gonna set up a labor union. Now, law says can't stop them from having the meetings, talking about it, all that. The guys that when it looked like it was going to go for a vote, the guy who owned the company told everybody come in, all 3 shifts standing there, and he said, "Here's the deal: if you vote the union in, the doors will close Monday, and it'll never open again. I'm just telling you the way it is. I will not have a gun pointed in my head in my own business." They voted the union in. They didn't believe him. Matter of fact, I think half of them took it as a personal challenge. Monday morning, there were chains on the doors. They got their last check mailed to them. That was the end of it. 500 people out of work in one weekend. And that's how it rolls down here. You know, now sometimes it goes the other way, but a lot of times it goes that way. And the entire rest of the country could learn a lesson from that. They just choose not to. You know, Tennessee has a surplus every year of tax dollars. We don't need federal money. This year, as a matter of fact, Tennessee told the federal government to take their education funds and shove it. We don't want it. We don't need it. And we don't want the strings that are attached to it. Governor Bill Lee said, we don't want it. We're not taking it. He got sued over that by some leftists that lost. We didn't take that money because we don't need it.
Can they teach normal math in the schools?
Yeah, they teach normal math here. Yeah,
I mean, I like columns and multiplication tables and like the normal way that I learned when I graduated from high school in 1981. And, you know, I have an engineering degree, so I took a lot of math. I helped my stepdaughter with her, junior high math. And what the hell is this stuff? I can't even understand it.
Right.
I mean, it's just baloney. You can't even get to the answer quickly.
That's true. That's very true. But this is I'm in what I consider rarefied air, right? Like not every place is like, look, I've lived in California. I've seen people who are absolute gun enthusiasts. They shoot matches every week. They own guns. They have elaborate workarounds for the gun laws in California so they can have standard capacity magazines and guns that are not on the roster, right? They have elaborate workarounds. They spend a lot of money to do this, and they follow the law to the letter. And they won't vote it. They won't vote half the time for their own interest, because they will literally say, I'm not a single issue voter, and I believe in whatever other thing that the Democrats pack in. When I was there the first year I was there, in and out, there was a range near my house that I bought there, and it had been there since the 50s, and it had been willed to the state to be a gun range, and they turned it into a park, and they kind of just kept encroaching on this gun range, and they started complaining about the noise and the noise and the noise and the noise. And what do you care? It's been there since the 50s, bro. Leave it alone. Well, the idiots that managed the gun range, they did not encourage the people who shot there to be on the board. Nobody was ever on the board. Everyone on the board was unfriendly to the range. And so I kid you not, and 3 of the 7 seats for the board members ran unopposed. They literally just showed up, wrote their name in, and they were duly elected because they ran unopposed. And so all of a sudden it becomes an issue where they're going to shut this place down. And now everybody wants to do something about it. I'm like, you guys should have done this 5 fucking years ago. There should never have been anyone who was not an active member of your club on the board. of this park? Well, we wanted to have, equal representation for the hikers and the fuck those guys. They're there at your whim, right?
Yep. This is your ground.
This land was left to the state to be a shooting range. Fuck those guys. I don't care if they want to fish there. Fuck them. There's plenty of places to go fish. There's plenty of places to go hike.
This is what I notice in churches, all sorts of organizations, government is generally conservatives tend to be idealist. We have ideals, but we don't understand power.
Yeah, I go with that.
The other side knows power to get what they want. They don't care if everybody else likes it or not. That's what they want, irregardless if it's right or wrong. That's what they want, and this is going to grant them the power to get it. So they know how to use process. They know how to use the rules. They know how to use all sorts of things to get what they want, and they're united in that.
So something that I've noticed about all conservatives is they are conservative. It's right there in the name.
Right.
And so they don't seek power for the most part. They don't want to be the center of it. Some of us want to be the center of attention, but they don't want to be the center of attention, right? They don't want to sit on a board. They might feel the need to sit on a board. There are guys like that, and we need more of those people. But for the most part, they just kind of want to do their own thing. And, we're conservative. It's right there in the name. It's conservative. We don't feel the need to go and embellish and do all of this stuff, right?
Right. Well, conservatives don't want to control other people.
Yeah, that's true.
The liberals absolutely do want to control other people.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's maybe something at the core belief of each side.
Yeah, there's something to that for sure.
Like Washington and Cincinnati, the Cincinnati belief. Here, I'm going to do my duty. I really don't want power, but gosh darn it, you called me to this, and I'm going to do it. And he goes back to his little his plantation or his farm,
right.
Whatever it was. Yeah.
Right, and that's really kind of the way of that it works, right? And it's just so frustrating sometimes. The really frustrating thing is Republicans will have the lead. They will have a full set of board members. They will have a super majority in wherever. They will have absolute control. And then they'll be like, okay, well, I don't need to run because we've got 8 guys here. They know what they're doing. You know what? I'm out this year. And you know what happens immediately?
Yep.
There's a leftist that just can't wait to get in there. So it's a very interesting dynamic, and I think it's really interesting because for us to get the closest thing to a conservative that we could get elected as president in the past 12 years has been a moderate. I mean, you just dwell on that for like 2 seconds because it'll simmer. It's going to saturate, and you're going to be like, damn, that's right. When people tell me that Trump's not a conservative, fuck yeah. No, obviously he's not a fucking conservative. He's not a poster boy of conservatism. He's a moderate. He's literally a moderate. Now, he can be I believe he's a moderate Republican. He's not a conservative. Come on. That guy? Really? No.
Do you remember back to Pat Buchanan?
Yeah.
He was more on the conservative side. He was basically subverted from within the Republican Party. They didn't like his religious stance and where he was going, and
see, I always have a problem with this nebulous "they," right? Like, look, people make enemies, right? I mean, we make enemies. I've been torpedoed many times, where I thought I was going to win, or I was going to be the guy, and I end up not being the guy because somebody doesn't like the cut of my jib. I just don't like the way I stroll. They just don't like me. That's fine. And I've torpedoed people that I don't like, and I'll do it again. I promise. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that that's going to happen. I don't get mad about it. We just have to move on. Right. You can, and what really annoys me this is actually a really annoying thing that conservatives do that liberals do less of. Conservatives will look at somebody that they think stabbed somebody in the back, or they think got a raw deal, or they think they had the fix in against them, and they never let it go. And we will literally create this really elaborate narrative to fit that cone of thought. And I don't know why. I try really hard not to. I catch myself doing it sometimes. I'll be like, they torpedoed his ass. But then I think, well, he didn't really have a great speech, and he came out really hard against some issues that we knew we were going to lose. And in general, every team wants to win. So if you've got a forward that can shoot 3-pointers 75% of the time, but that fucker always wants to shoot at top of the key, and 70% of the time from top of the key he misses, are you going to give the fucker the ball? No, you're not. You're not going to give that guy the ball. You're going to give the guy that will drive all the way in and do a layup, a nice, safe, predictable layup. And that's how this shit works. And getting mad about it is wrong. Getting mad about that is wrong. You can make all the excuses, and I hear them all from all the groups, right? From the libertarians and the independents and the true conservatives and the far right wing guys that think that everybody's fucking wrong. I hear it from everybody. But the truth is that we whether we want to admit it or not, if we want to win, we evaluate what's your chance of winning. I mean, I did this for a living, so I have a really finite eye of that guy's not going to do it. I pulled people out of race cars that were paying me to be in them because I knew that they could not win. They were not going to win. There's no fucking way they were going to win. So we put a guy in that could win. And so maybe this gives me a little bit more brutal stance on it. But, I'm not putting a guy up that can't win.
We all saw that with who was running in the GOP primary. Certain people that never had a chance.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Like, why are you letting that guy even talk? Why is he talking? There was a lot of times I was like, why is he still speaking? This is not helping the party.
No.
Right. And now here's the thing. Again, on the Republican side, we will let people make complete idiots of themselves and the party. Embarrass every conservative, get all kinds of sound bites that make us all sound like we're complete morons, and we will just let them do it. And we'll put them back up there again because, I think he stands for stuff. Well, sure. Every single one of those guys stand for stuff. Every single one of them. The problem is can they do it? That's the only reason that I feel like that I have the only confidence I have in Trump is I believe he can win. He's not a conservative. I don't believe he's a conservative. Never thought he was a conservative. I've told everybody he's not a conservative. He's a moderate conservative for whatever that means, whatever pick your own definition. That's like a choose your own adventure. Remember those back in the day? You'd read ahead to see which end, which way you wanted to choose. So, but if you were me,
yeah, it'd be interesting. I hope he gets back in, but
we get in these situations because we don't understand even politics on a local level. We can't even get people to get on the board at a gun range.
Right. No, that's true. And, and again, I don't know if you guys, I think I told you guys this, but it's one of my favorite things to talk about is George Soros came out and said in an interview that he has capped the amount of money he puts into presidential and congressional elections because they're not worth it. His ROI is too low. He gets a more solid ROI in the district attorney and prosecutor races in local districts because they're the guys who decide which laws are followed and how those laws are interpreted and when those laws are put up for votes and whatnot. The DAs have a lot of power, and they're easy to get elected because nobody cares.
I would agree with that. He gets
Fannie
a lot of.
Willis should never have been elected, and yet she was. Weird. So weird.
Yeah, Soros gets a lot done for the money he spends.
He does now.
On the other hand, the American Israeli Political Action Committee tends to spend a lot of money to sway candidates, and if they don't like somebody, I've heard that they will strongly support the opponent.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you've heard it. Whether it's true or not, it's up for you. But you've heard a lot of people say that. Or there's a lot of people that believe it. Let's just put it that way.
I feel like that the problem is that I think that we want to believe some mythology. Like, I still hear people talking about the Freemasons. I'm like, really? Okay. How do the Freemasons affect you? Oh, well, they're ruining my life. Well, how are they doing that? Exactly. How can you explain that to me? Because you can't. You can't do it. Now, maybe they're ruining, like George Soros's life, and I back that. I'll give him money for that. I'll donate. I'll chip in. But they don't give a fuck about you. Right? They don't know you exist. Well, there can't be Christians because they take an oath. Well, did you take an oath to serve this country? You're still a Christian, aren't you? You took an oath. And some of the stupid shit that people allow themselves to believe in the name of not liking something or just being against it. I got to be against it because they're Freemasons and I don't understand it and they won't let me in their club and they have really cool meetings and I never get to go. It's dumb. Why do we do that? Why? Who the fuck cares about Freemasons? Who the hell cares about? I honestly don't give a shit about Israelis. I've never had a loan turned down because of a Jewish banker. I've never had a project canceled because of a Jewish banker. As a matter of fact, I've actually received more help. Yeah, for the most part, from people who claim to be Jewish. I don't even know if they're actually Jewish. They just claim. I mean, I'm sure they are.
I mean,
but I don't believe in conspiracy theories to the point that they're affecting my daily life. And therefore, I have to vote for. Therefore, I have to vote in the way that about the things that do affect my daily life, like motherfuckers sending billions of dollars to the damn Ukraine. Like that affects my life, and that's not a conspiracy theory. That shit's right there on the news, right?
Yeah. So I got to push back here. Just bringing up the word conspiracy theory when we're talking about AIPAC. No. I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory. That you're kind of it pushes back on me and saying, well, just for me bringing it up, it's conspiracy. No, they actually do spend a lot of money, and they actually do sway elections. Now, you can decide whether it's good or bad, but it's actually happening, and and they are actually supporting the preservation of abortion rights, which I don't agree with. And they are have been promoting.
Hold on, the Israelis are supporting abortion rights.
The
saying AIPAC.
People in America, AIPAC. Okay. I didn't say Israelis. I said American Israeli Political Action Committee. That's just short for AIPAC. No one knows what it means. I used the title. So they are supporting things. They're promoting and giving.
I don't I can't
the
argue with it.
causes like abortion and whatnot. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's any conspiracy here. I'm just saying it's happening. And so if you don't want to do that, you have to become politically active and support your principles and causes to counter this. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not intelligent enough to comment on the conversation. I'm pretty stupid. Again, I basically hit things with hammers. So, it's not, I don't like to comment on things I don't really like know the nuts and bolts of. So
okay, well, you were using your hammer and you hit my toe. And so then
that happens a lot, actually.
That
happens a lot. I tend to be I just don't like the conspiracy theory nonsense. Let me give you an example of a conspiracy theory that I had once. So the first year I ran in World Challenge with my own team. I wasn't running as an employee. I wasn't managing somebody else's stuff. It was my own team, my own money, everything. I owned everything. And I have a lot on the line here. I have a lot of risk. And we showed up at St. Petersburg, and we were pretty fast, but we knew the Hondas were sandbagging, and we knew that the Volkswagen was cheating. And so the Honda ended up actually because we got crashed out in the first race. They won both the first and second race. We got crashed out by the Volkswagen that was cheating. And wasn't a bad showing for us. It wasn't a good showing. And the rumor around the paddock is that Honda had made a tremendous amount of donations to the series, and specifically to the competition director. And so the insinuation is that they had basically bought the championship, and anything they wanted was going to get passed through. And I didn't like that. And I believed it, but being the person that I am, I didn't sit back and talk about it with people. I sent every member of the board. I sent every owner of the series, and I sent the competition director and the president of the series. And I copied them all on the same email, asking, basically, my understanding is that Honda's bought and paid for the championship. If you'll let me know how much it is, I'll take up a collection and see what I can patch up, and maybe I can put in a good bid. So I could potentially win the series. And I had a phone call within an hour wondering, well, first of all, nobody knew who I was. Like, this is my first year under my own banner. So I kind of knew who I was. I mean, I had credentials and stuff. They could go back and check that I was legitimate, but nobody knew who I was. And so this guy wanted to know, and we became great friends. The guy, the Scott Beauvais and I, we became great friends to this day. And over this, because he wanted to know why I was pissed, why I thought the series had been bought, and who the fuck I was. And I'm like, look, man, I love a good conspiracy theory as much as everybody else. If the series is for sale, I'll put in a bid. Like, that'll save me a shit ton of money. Like, I'll just go ahead and do it now. And he's like, no, that's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. I mean, Hondas are, they're just doing a really good job. And I'm like, well, I think they're doing a little bit better and a good job. I think your tech guys are not really doing their job. And we had a really good talk about it and some arguments, but I still have a copy of that email because it was great. And he had never heard of me before. He didn't know who the hell I was. And I sent it to every owner. So he had for like an hour, he had been getting phone calls from people who were wondering who the fuck I was as well. They're like, who is this guy? Why is he pissed off? And why is he saying this? And is this really happening? Are we promoting this? And so it was great. But and that's why I kind of have a thing about conspiracy theories, because anytime I hear about a conspiracy theory, I just want to smash it. Like, I just want to go like, okay, let's go find out. Let's find out. Let's just ask.
Let me point out something here. Conspiracy theory has this bad connotation. But let's just think about the word conspiracy. When a group of people work together for a common purpose, for a common goal, for the same person, they're conspiring to get something done. It's not necessarily bad.
Sure.
So your race team was a conspiracy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you are all conspiring to get with the same focus.
In secrecy.
We're going to win.
Everything we did was
In
secret.
secrecy.
Like, you can't even tell you how the levels of secrecy that were. To this day, there's
so I mean, sometimes things like that happen they happen in the world all over the place. They happen for good. Well, maybe they happen for evil, but they're awfully hard to prove.
Groups are self-interested to promote their own values.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do a conspiracy, I hope you're successful.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting deal. I think like I said, I just prefer to smash conspiracy theories wide open if I encounter them, because it just seems like it's just easier just to walk over and ask questions, or to use my own expression, just throw out some grenades, see what shakes loose. It'll all sort out. And normally it does. So I'm trying to fix the bot. That's why if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm not like doing online research to come at you.
Okay, while you're fixing that, just let Nick and I all talk about our program.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Nick, Plutarch, and I got together to conspire, and we formed this small YouTube channel. It's called The Resurgence of Sanity, and it's great with 3 guys. We do 2 shows a week, and then we decide, okay, who's going to do the next show? And they have the burden and the responsibility of developing the topic, coming up with the title, and doing the research and all that. And then the other 2 of us just get to come on and just comment on it.
Or destroy
so
it.
we do. Yeah, and we kind of, we're 3 divorced guys, so we have opinions, or we're trying to be realistic about the nature of men and women. We probably describe women's faults a bit more than men, but we pretty much try to include the men and explain the reasons why things happen. For instance, Wednesday night, that was called countercultural sexuality. Countercultural means going against the flow. So I did a show on the shame cycle. And my observation was that there's a lot of shaming of behavior we don't like, but it doesn't really result in much change. So I went through the mental cycle. Well, as we got into it, it turned out to be evident for men and women in different ways. And it pretty much describes the cycle of sin and so many cycles. So we go for an hour and a half, 2 hours, Monday and Wednesday nights. We're really small, but we hope to grow it, and we're having fun with it. That's the important part.
It is
so
important.
Check us out at The Resurgence of Sanity. Thanks.
So just so the chat knows, I'm not ignoring you. I have a monitor here, and I'm not looking at the monitor here, and the monitor here has a chat on it. So I'm not actually ignoring you, but I kind of am. Sorry. John Deadman, throw the channel info up. The mods do that. I don't know if there are any mods on right now. I've been wearing them out lately. We've been doing a show every night, so I don't know if there are any mods left alive. We may have to get a new set. May have run those guys out. We'll see. But yeah, so I guess I use conspiracy theory in kind of a humorous way, because I don't know that, because everything's a conspiracy to me. It's like I conspire all the time. But I don't know that it ever really had the negative connotations that it had now. back in the olden days, maybe in the 20s, back in the gangster days, throwing up the
Mhm.
gang sign, But yeah, so it's interesting stuff. Kat, by the way, is not on tonight. Kat has family stuff to do. I think she has family in town, and they're going out and doing summer stuff. I don't know, whatever, vacation stuff. It's like they're people or something, like with wives. What in the world is that all about? Get Jay Dyer on. Yeah, Jay Dyer actually is like he's an encyclopedia of that. I'm not. But let's kind of divert things around. We'll just we'll I kind of head another direction. What do you guys think about? And this was a question for that came up in Glenn's chat. He had a subject on this, and we talked about it a little bit over here. But why are Christians getting divorced in basically the same percentage as they were in the 80s if we have more people currently identifying as Christian when they get divorced? Now, Glenn had a couple of interesting things about this. We'll just throw this out there to save some time. We don't have to like stumble around for an hour getting to these points. The first is that all of this data is self-identified, right? So if you self-identify as a Christian, then that's what they write down. Whether you are or not, they don't know. No way of telling. So they don't, it's not like they're going to your church leadership and saying, okay, is this person a Christian or anything like that. And I think the second thing is that just because the percentage hasn't changed, that doesn't really change the percentage is one thing, the actual number is another, right? Because you have a much larger base of Christians now, people that identify as Christian now, versus 30 years ago or 40, whenever the last data came out. And so that could be part of it. And of course, obviously, in the last, I think 20 or 25 years, we now have no fault divorce. We now have a society of women who basically have no problem just walking out of a relationship without with expecting no recourse and that sort of thing. And I know both of you guys have been through that, so I hope it's not too tough, too touchy a subject for you to talk about.
Talk about it all the time.
Good. But it's a really interesting thing to me because I've known a bunch of women who identified as Christian, but their behavior was so far abstract of Christian that I don't know how they identified in that manner. So I'd really like to get your guys' input. I'm not gonna go any further with what Glenn and I talked about and where we ended up on it and all of that. I just really like to hear your guys' positions on it and all that.
Steve, you want to go first?
Well, I can go first.
Okay.
Well, probably take me a couple minutes here to say it. First of all, when you think of marriage, traditional marriage, the reason that the father gives away the bride is traditionally over the last 2,000 years, the woman belonged to the father. She was under the authority of her father, and he gave the bride to be under the authority of her husband. There was a male leadership, patriarchal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was done because there's oaths, vows, which are oaths, exchanged. And so it was, and families were close knit then. You lived in community. Mm-hmm. So they probably knew the young people weren't necessarily mature enough to make these promises, but you held men to the promise. And the father was there as a witness to hold his daughter to the promise. And so the community said, no, okay, you're really married. You got to do it. And they'd been through the struggles. Well, that part has gone away. I don't think most people understand, women especially, what an oath is. A man, we have this term, a man is only as good as his word. Have you ever heard the statement, a woman is only as good as his word? No.
No.
Okay, so the lack of understanding in the commitment aspect, the oath. Then the other thing is there are three things women typically lie about. And
IPA.
You're familiar with the letters printed on a type of beer, IPA. Infidelity, promiscuity, and abortion. Because she doesn't want to be seen as one of those women. So maybe these Christian women had their fun in their early 20s, got married in late 20s, early 30s. That's typical. They may have had some things in their past, and if they've not dealt with them, the guilt is going to come up. And even I'm not sure, I don't have the statistics here, but Christian women have abortions at similar rates to a lot of to secular women. And it does vary by race and region and all that, but not dramatically different. But Christians are pro-life. So she would be seen as, that would hurt her reputation. She's not going to say it. And later on, she gets married, has kids, that nagging guilt of that child that's not here. I mean, that's going to fester within her. She hasn't shared it with her husband. She hasn't shared her past promiscuity. And that's going to lower the pair bonding ability. So there's just a lot of things stacked against women. And when it comes down to it, Christian women aren't that much different. I mean, they aren't different in nature from normal women, or from secular women. It's not becoming Christian isn't a cure for all your problems. It still takes a lot of internal work and honesty. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. I guess I can go. So you also see of course, the churches themselves. So the mainline churches, starting in the late 19th century, started rejecting the Bible, rejected the virgin birth, rejected the belief in God. So they stopped having these moral accountability, these moral values, these traditional Christian biblical moral values. They eroded throughout the 20th century, and we see it in terrible places, and even now in the 21st century. So feminism got its head in. Women elders, women pastors, and you have effeminate men in the leadership that don't want to hold women accountable. They have this man bad presupposition. Not that some men are bad, some men are adulterers, and that's a problem too. But they don't want to hold men accountable. I mean, they don't want to hold the women accountable. The men that usually have no problem holding accountable. So what women tend to do, not all women, but some women, they tend to say, well, they start questioning the relationship and, oh, well, maybe the grass is greener on the other side. Oh, my friends tell me, oh, he's kind of telling me what to do. He's telling me not to do this. Oh, he's telling me I need to obey. Oh, he's telling me we need to have sex. Well, he's abusive. And so they're going to concoct this story, get their friends aboard, and they're going to throw the husband under the bus, and the church will not discipline the women. There's a few churches that do, but pretty much across the board, the churches will not discipline the women. And according to their own books, according to their own values, they should be suspended from sacraments. They should not be allowed to transfer their membership. And if they do not repent and return to their husband and cut the crap out, they should be excommunicated from the church. But the church won't do that, because who pays the bills in the church? Who keeps the lights on?
That's actually an excellent segue into something else we talked about last night that we kind of let that roll off, but we'll get to that in a minute. So now I've not had a divorce. I've watched it happen many times, and my observation is that while we can't nail down any specific reason, sometimes it truly is, that the man is just not suitable for the woman, and vice versa. But often what I've seen, especially in the later years, right? So if we're talking about, I actually was just watching a thing where this woman had been married for 20 something years, and then she divorced her husband. No real reason why. Just decided she's going to divorce her husband. And then she remarried and continued on. And I actually know another woman who had, I'm not going to say like a fairy tale life, but she didn't have to work. Her husband was an excellent provider, beyond excellent. And she had, I think, 2 sons and a daughter, maybe 2 daughters, definitely 2 sons. And when I think she was 48 or 49, and she decided that she was too pretty to be married to her husband.
Okay.
And she ended up dating a guy that I'm not kidding you at all. So she went from living in a paid for house, they had a vacation home, multiple really nice cars. She did not work. Her entire life revolved around going to Starbucks and taking her kids to the things that they needed to get to. And even that tapered off because they got, the kids were getting older. They were getting driver's license, and the kids could take the other kids to where they needed to go. And she went from that to living in an apartment in California, working at a Starbucks, which is, that's top pay. We all know that.
Yeah.
With a dude that was like 30 something years old, like literally 20 years younger. And she 100% convinced herself that was the thing that she needed to do. And her husband just let her do it. He was like, you know what? You're trash. He wasn't wrong. And it was just a very strange thing. At this point, they should have been going forward with their life together, that they finally had made it. Now the kids are gone. They have their health. They have money. They have security. And she just decided that literally she was just too pretty to be married.
Well, Grid One, don't you know that life is an adventure? And she just had to go on a journey to find herself.
Yeah. I got to answer some chats here, guys. I'm sorry. Do I think prenup should be law for marriage? I don't know. We'll let these guys talk about that in a second. Do I have Streamlabs? Yes, I do. It is supposedly working. You can try it if you will send in a chat and find out. I don't know. It doesn't work when I do it because it doesn't take my credit card. Money and wealth doesn't make her happy. No, money and wealth does not make women happy. I don't know what makes women happy. Nobody knows, to be honest with you. It's a mystery reserved for the ages. I think there's Tibetan monks that have spent hundreds of years trying to figure that out, and they still haven't gotten it. However,
hey Nick, there's lots of talk in the Bible about women. Is there
Mhm.
anything that
None of
says
it's about
in
being
there
happy.
what makes a woman happy? Because I can't think of anything
No.
offhand.
Yeah. Not one
No.
word about what makes them happy.
No,
Hey,
I can't
Okay,
recall any.
Gridwan. I just wanted to bring that out.
Well,
The Bible
children. I think
agrees
children.
with you.
Children are supposed to make women happy. I
Well, to
think.
make
I
them
think children.
fulfill.
I think there's something about children. So yeah.
So, and this is actually a great point. And there was somebody else made a great point, and I again I can't really pay attention to chat like as much as I want to. Let me see if I can find it again. I lost her No, that actually was not it. I really thought that. I cannot. Somebody else will. Oh, Bay Street Racer may be able to. She thinks you should have prenup. Focused on self-improvement. That's almost it. You know what it was? She bought a car and she became involved with the local car culture. And then she started social media nonsense. And her husband, who's a great guy, all he really wanted to do was I think he did like martial arts and he was just like a really practical guy, as near as I know. And he just didn't get into it. He just didn't think it was cool. He didn't want to go to car meets. He didn't want to stand around in the sun all day and look at the same car over and over again, just 8 different colors of the same car and all that. And that became her life. And it literally, she left her husband for it of 20 some odd years. I mean, it was pretty crazy. I thought it was very interesting. So I don't know the whole deal, but it was interesting. And I've seen this in other aspects too, where women who consider themselves super attractive or are told that they're very attractive when they're older, they really feel like they want to relive their 20s now that they know more. Now that I know what I know now, I'm going to go have my hot girl summer. Right? We've seen that, right? I mean, I've seen that. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting thing. Viking Paradigm, good to see you in the chat, brother. Leadership, true leadership makes women happy. Just it is a source of. It adds order.
Yeah. What did Saul do to David's wife?
Saul do to David's wife. Are you sure?
He gave his wife to another man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Better to live in a desert.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I
don't know that you can keep a woman happy. You can have her content. You can keep her content for a period. And in general, you can have her feel secure. But happiness, that's kind of a state that cannot be maintained. We shouldn't even be talking about happiness. Am I happy? No, I'm content with my life.
You can't let a woman be bored. And what's terrible is they have access to all these things that fulfill those their receptors, chemical receptors, that they're going to be bored with the man, but they need the attention on Twitter. They need the attention on Instagram. They need attention on Facebook. You can't compete.
You've hit something there, right? It's the attention.
You can't compete.
It's the attention. And it's I don't know. I just think it's an interesting subject to talk about, and especially why Christian women seem to be not having fewer divorces, even though there are higher numbers. The ratio has not changed. So my guess would be, or my perspective is, I have a couple of things. First of all, I just think that we live long enough now, and we have such a degree of health, and women can maintain their attractiveness for a very long time. And one day they look over at the guy that they married, and he's an old guy, right? He's lost some hair. He's got some gray. Maybe he's put on a few pounds. Maybe he's been injured. Like I have a knee injury that I have to be careful about, So maybe he's just not the 20-year-old dude, right? Or the 30-year-old man. And then she looks in the mirror, and all she can see in her conceitedness, in her pride, all she can see is hot girl Summer that she's missing because she's chained to this old man.
Well, there's another aspect that rarely talked about. George Bruno talks about it a little bit. I've known about it for a while. Hormonal birth control.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's actually a chemical that changes the way a woman thinks. It changes her everything about her.
If Kat were here, she
So
would
it
have a
puts
field
her-
day with this.
So it puts her in this mental state of being pregnant. And so in that state, a woman is attracted to a different kind of man than when she is, let's say, ovulating and not on the pill. She can be pretty she's her radar's out there. And the thing called pheromones and attraction, she's going to choose a different man when she's not on the pill versus when she's on the pill. So how many people cohabitate or hook up or whatever and then get married, and the woman's on birth control, then she stops birth control? I mean, this happened to me, and I found out about it later. It described it. Yeah, it happened. She wakes up one morning, or over time, she says, "You don't smell right.
Yeah.
Go take a shower before we make love." And then afterwards, she rushes to the shower to wash herself off. And she just has this feeling of ick and dread. And you know what? God designed man and women to attract the right compatible people. And
Yeah, there's
you
definitely
can't
some truth
just
to that.
you can't just put that pill in you and just change one aspect of it. No, it's not that simple. It's a really complex process. So if it's true that when the woman's on birth control, she's not making good choices, how many marriages are good marriages today? How many people met while the woman was on birth control?
Well, so here's an interesting thing about that, and I think you're kind of missing part of it is so the hormonal birth control actually changes what a woman finds attractive in her brain chemistry. And typically it's that they want a more feminine, softer man. So when she comes off of that birth control and her brain chemistry reverts back, she hates that guy because everything about her is wrong, or about that dude is wrong, because she has actually changed. And if Kat was here, she could go into all of the science behind it, because she's very into this and how it really changes a woman's brain chemistry.
But it's more than just mental observation. The type of guy is there is
right. It's literally
biological, biophysical. No, it's not her brain. It's not her thinking. It's her attraction component. I mean, this reproduction is very complex, and compatible people are supposed to come together. You're not just attracted to anybody. There are specific types and physiologies and genetic structure and all this stuff, and you're subverting all that when the attraction happens on birth control. And I'm more concerned about the biological, physical aspects than the mental aspects.
Well, what's mental is biological and physical as well.
Right.
Well, true.
Yeah, I mean, Kat can go really deep down the rabbit hole to science, because she, and she was on hormonal birth control for a while. But it's really, there are literally examples of women who got married and then they come off the birth control after being on it for a year. And the longer they're on it, the more the change occurs. And that's very accurate. And again, we see all of these changes. to women over the years, where men have stayed relatively the same. But really, the only thing that's changed about men is that we take testosterone when we're old, so we feel like we're younger. That's about it, right? Dudes still have the same
Or
amount
so
of
we
testosterone.
think. I mean, I agree with you, but I don't have the data to back
Science
that
is
up.
pretty conclusive on that. That's not, yeah. Although there's some, there's obviously, if you're eating a lot of soy, if you're eating a lot, there's things that you can screw yourself on, but that's that's a whole other subject. But anyway, so I think that and obviously Christian women or women who identify as Christian could obviously be on birth control and have that happen, but we're talking about that would usually happen within the first few years, right? Because typically you're going to get married and then you're going to want to have children and you're going to come off the birth control, and then all of a sudden you married a guy that you didn't really think was that attractive. It was the birth control speaking the whole time. That's not I guess what I'm really looking at is the longer term split ups that seem to be occurring.
After 20
and maybe
plus years,
20 plus
30
years, and I've heard this. When I was younger, I remember my grandparents talking about, people that had just grown apart, right? They just grew apart because, whatever, but it was pretty low numbers, really, and now I don't know that I don't think that's the case anymore. And Glenn, I think, Glenn and I think kind of agree. Maybe we don't. He might be, he might be creeping around back there and lurking and pop out and say something. Or maybe not. But so one of the interesting things that I think that I have found is that you have this idea that you're going to get married and you're going to be together forever, and then it happens and you're rolling along really good, right? You everything's great. You have a few rough patches, but for the most part you get along, you have friends and everything's great. It's just having a life. And then for whatever reason the woman wants to just change things. And it's just like weird. It's just like it just kind of happens, and all of a sudden they don't like anything in the house. Got to redecorate everything. Got to change everything in their life.
Switch.
She flipped.
I mean,
the
it's
switch.
like on to off, and
that's it. And sometimes, very often, one of the things that she wants to change is her husband. So, and that just kind of happens. But even beyond that is that you have this thing that's happening in churches with men, is that because women are taking more and more of a role in the church, they're the ones that are kind of making some of the decisions in churches where they should not be, and they're feminizing the churches. And men don't like going to feminine spaces.
Nope.
Right? We don't want to go to a place that has flowers everywhere and is pink and has, just very weird, salmon colored bows or whatever, just it's all decorated up for whatever stupid holiday that we're celebrating.
Oh yeah.
And guys don't want to go there. And they'll go out on their boat, they'll go fishing, they'll go, they don't want to go there. And so the woman goes by herself and she feels alone. And then when you ask them, why don't you want to go to that church? Men are like, well, I don't like to go there. I don't want to go there. It's not church to me. And women will go, of course it's church. It's fancy. It's nice. It smells good. It's got flowers.
Why would I want to go there to be emasculated? Why would I want to volunteer to be emasculated?
Right. Yeah. Right. And it's an interesting dynamic that's going on in our churches. And I don't know if you guys, I don't know what denominations you guys are, and I don't really, I don't care. I'm a Southern Baptist, and I've actually had this discussion with my clergy because my grandmother went to the church that we went to for almost 70 years. You know, she died at 100. She passed at 104. She started going there when she was like 40. Right. It's a long time. And, or I guess maybe 30, whatever. Anyway, I have been going there since I was like 10, maybe 8. An argument could be made for 8. I don't really remember. I was young. It's been a while. Well, it's a while back. And I don't recognize the church anymore, man. Like they've changed so much. Like I like Southern Baptist sermons where it's fire and brimstone and you're going to go to hell if you don't change your evil ways. And, you know, women obey your husband, you know, and all of that. I like that. I like
you can't
that.
say that anymore.
What happens when a pastor tries to preach that kind of message? The more masculine.
The women. Oh, so I did that. I actually preached those messages.
Nick is a former pastor.
Me.
I know. I know he's a former pastor.
So yeah, I preach those messages. Women obey your husbands. But thing is, I'd say like, 2, 3, 4 to 5 things to men, right? Then men could take it. I'd say the one thing to the women. And what did I hear about all next week?
Mm-hmm.
The one thing. I talked about hair length. I talked about, obeying your husband. Just things like that. How men and women are to be, the hierarchy, basically the patriarchy. I just didn't use it as much because, everybody gets all irksome, but that's traditional Christian theology. That's what the scripture plainly teaches. We don't have to make excuses for what's clear, grounded in history. It's traditional, it's historical, it's commanded by God, and it's grounded in creation and the fall. So
yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed Southern Baptist. And so what's happening is that the attendance at the Southern Baptist Convention has dropped to an all-time low because churches are not coming to the convention to be told that they're doing it wrong because most of the convention is staffed by women.
Yeah, now you're even flirting with rainbow crap.
And they just, your latest what other convention you have now? They can have women pastors apparently, right?
I don't think they can in Southern Baptist, but I think,
or they fail to say that they can't.
I don't know if the Southern Baptist Convention did that, but I'm pretty positive that the Lutherans and the Presbyterians have said that women can be pastors or leaders in the church.
Been doing that.
I don't think that they've said pastors. I think they said leaders in the church.
No, Lutherans went full blown female pastors, gay pastors, women bishops. Presbyterians, the main branch, kind of went that way. They're embracing rainbow crap.
Yeah.
And now, it's coming to the Southern Baptists too. I'm not saying they've embraced it yet.
They're trying, and they do have some of the larger, some of the churches that are in cities like Nashville. They have gone that way, and the problem is that those, again, the attendance is at an all-time low because churches are choosing not to attend because they don't want to be associated with this doctrine. It's a very interesting thing. Attendance is at an all-time low. Churches are not sending their youth to a week-long adventure at the Southern Baptist Convention to be indoctrinated into everything's okay and woke crap, and all of that. They're just not going to do it. Especially you get in some of these little redneck churches where they're special, and they believe old school, and there's no, and it actually made the news the other night that the Southern Baptist Convention had an all-time low turnout, and it's obvious as to why. And And again, in the church that I have gone to forever, I noticed that when I returned from being out of state and went there, I noticed that the sermon is 30 minutes at best, right? And 30 minutes of the sermon and 10 minutes of the sermon are announcements, and then there are more announcements, and then there's music, and and not hymns being sung by the choir with the congregation. I'm talking about a guy sitting up on stage with a guitar and a couple of girls, belting out tunes like it's a concert, right? Like this is a production. I'm like, what is this? This doesn't belong in this church.
I have a solution to that. I mean, I'm not saying you have to go exclusively this way, but it's a solution. There's a
Yeah.
whole book in the Bible meant to be sung, right? You know what it's called?
Song of
The
Songs.
Psalms. The Psalms. They're meant to be sung. Why aren't we singing the inspired word? Oh, because it might make people upset. Oh, well, that's not
there
my
is
problem.
one
You got a
church-
problem with God.
There is one church that does sing the Psalms.
Yeah. Which one's that?
I'm Catholic.
Oh,
Yep.
Presbyterians.
Psalms
we
are
were
always
exclusive psalmist originally. So, but yeah, Psalms should be sung.
Yeah. But yeah, I grew up evangelical. In the Evangelical Covenant Church of America, which is formerly the Evangelicals or the Swedish Mission Covenant Church.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm Scandinavian.
So I don't understand why we needed a ban on it, and that's probably why they're not getting anybody there, because there's no need for a ban. It's already right there in the Bible. You can't do it. So.
Well, a long time ago, churches had a ban, and yeah, I guess it was Catholic churches at the time. They had a ban on stringed instruments in the church.
Mm-hmm.
And the only church instrument allowed was a pipe organ.
Yep.
And hey, Nick, I think even on the Protestant side, churches have separated over whether instruments should be played or stuff like that, right?
So there's some Presbyterian churches that are still only psalms and no instruments. So pure a cappella psalms. I'm not saying that has to be that way. Yeah. But originally the Presbyterians were that way back in like the 1600s, 1700s, even in America they're that way until like the 1800s. So then they introduced the organ or piano, and then they started doing hymns. And I'm just like, I don't have anything against hymns or instruments, but I don't think they're necessary, and I think they can be a distraction. And the more you introduce that, it's more about the instruments, it's more about the nice, the hipster songs instead of what happened to singing the psalms.
Right.
And it used to be that the choir was on the side of the church or in the back of the church. You didn't have to look at the choir. It wasn't a performance. And now they're up front and center.
With spotlight and the fog, the fog machine.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting kind of thing that's going on out there these days. I've I don't know. What's interesting to me as well is that the idea of writing your own wedding vows is, I guess it's okay, but I noticed that even if they don't, they leave some very important wedding vows out.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Love, honor, obey, death do you part. It's kind of important.
So it's like concubinage, right?
Could it be a vague concubinage?
That's what Dabney called it.
It's an inside joke. I like triggering Nick. He knows that.
He looks really triggered.
It just gets, it's like when I talked about the church stuff.
Yeah.
When a pastor tries to preach something, I was just, it's like putting a quarter in, and now I get to watch the show.
There you go. Glad to perform.
It's an interesting deal, I think, and I think that we need to. I think it's an interesting subject to talk about why the ratio has not changed amongst churchgoers, religious people. You just have to wonder how many people identify as being Christian just because they were raised that way or whatever. They consider themselves Christian even though they're not practicing or whatever, however they put it. And I would and kind of going back to the debate from earlier today with Andrew, which was not a debate. The guy basically, I think what he did is, I think he watched Andrew's debate prep video, and he just got scared. He just, he knew he was going to get the beating of his life, and he just said, you know what, I'm going to go in there and treat it like a joke. It's the best thing I can do, and that's exactly what he did. So it was. I think Andrew feels okay about it, but at the same time, I bet he feels like that it was a waste of his time doing it.
It kind of was.
Yeah.
I mean, he got publicity, so it wasn't a waste.
And Tim Pool is just erratic as hell. I just can't get that guy. I don't know if he says it for value or if he just really thinks some of the things he says. It's just strange.
It was strange at the end. He kept pushing back at Andrew, even on things they kind of agreed with. And he was disagreeing with trivial items when they could have easily kind of formed a consensus of, well, yeah, maybe the ground is set for a civil war. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen this way. Well, I don't know. It just seems silly.
Yeah, didn't that fellow did say though that he felt like we were already in a civil war, and he's he considers us at war even now. Didn't that's kind of what he said, the way I took it anyway.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Consider us in a civil war. I don't consider us in a civil war. No one else does. So, gee, you're entitled to your own opinion. So what?
Yeah.
It hasn't come to arms yet. So, like, last time we talked about how the South had formed its own country without firing a shot for like a whole year, right?
Yeah. History is important stuff, man. You learn a lot from it, and it's interesting. So that was one of the topics that I kind of wanted to kind of talk about. I think that we all want morality now. I think that everybody wants morality. The problem is that there's this weird drive for people to try and get morality through philosophy or ethics, and you just can't get there from here. You just can't. And which is why I think religion is important. Just from the morality standpoint. So I feel like that it's an important concept to get right. I'm not the guy to figure out how to get it right. You know what I mean? Like I know that it's wrong. I don't know how to make it
that. You got to get that balance. Just go to the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. Yeah, nobody knows what that means. Let me explain it. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was God, and the Logos was with God. Jesus Christ is the Logos. What is Logos? It's not just word. This is a Greek term. It has like 3 pages of definition. It's the order of the universe. It's the hierarchy. It's the way things were designed. It's rationality. It's logic. It's philosophy. It's what makes sense. I mean, and what's provable factually. Faith, it's just rationality. So philosophy is kind of a search to understand God. So faith needs rationality to know what to believe and how to understand things. So you had the Hebrews with the spiritual side of things. You had the Greeks with the logic philosophy side. They came together and formed Christianity. So we can't separate the two. We have to understand that.
I don't know that I really. I mean, I see the directionality. I don't know that I think an appeal to logic when it comes to morality is false. I think that's false because
I need Andrew here now.
You become
morality is not logical?
Not always. Why is it moral to kill my enemy, but it's not moral to kill my brother?
Because you're defending your family.
Am I? I could be attacking a position that has nothing to do with defending anybody.
Well, you already defined him as your enemy. You're supposed to love your enemies as a Christian. And the only time you're supposed to kill your enemies is if it's required to kill your enemy because he's doing harm to you.
Right. And we're going back to, we're appealing to the religion. We're appealing to an authority in the Bible or in the teachings, and not logic.
I don't think they're completely separable. I don't think you can have. I don't think logic can exist without Christianity. It does exist, but only Christianity gives the basis for the existence of universal abstract laws of logic. Materialism can't give you laws of logic because materialism is flux and logic is material, and material therefore must change. Logic itself exists outside of the material, and it's universal.
No, because logic can tell me that water is wet, and water is wet, and therefore water will always be wet. But religion has nothing to do with water being wet. So those two things are not separable, and I mean those things are separable and not the same. However, logic doesn't tell me that cheating on my wife is bad. Morality tells me that's bad. Logic could say, I really like cute women, and so logically I'm going to go bang them.
That's bullshit logic. Logic says, no, if you bang another woman, you're going to destroy your wife.
Again, you're now relating back to morality.
Okay, yeah, but logically, you have to use morality. And logically, when one man marries one woman, he is as Christ is to the church. So therefore he's supposed to give his life for her and sacrifice for her. And this is all logically consistent. You're confusing. Oh, I want to see another woman and she's desirable, so logically I want to go for her. No, that's not logic. That's just desire.
I think logic comes into there. I just feel like that the thing is that there's no, you can make a secular argument for pretty much everything without appealing to religion except morality. When you start bringing morality into it and what is right and what is wrong, then you have to base it in religion, right?
Secularism has no basis for the existence of logic.
Secularism can only appeal to logic to justify its claims.
But they have no basis for the logic. Absolutely.
Right.
They have no basis for their logical claims. There's no grounds for using logic in their system.
I'm just saying that logic in and of itself doesn't support the claims. You have to go back to a religious viewpoint. You have to go back to the Bible and what the Bible says, and therefore that gives you the basis for your morality. You can't get there using strictly logic.
Okay, yeah. But your morality has to be informed. Your logic has to be informed by morality. If your logic is not informed by morality, Christianity, the Bible,
Right. Exactly.
tradition,
That's exactly
the
right.
church, any
That's
of that, it's false logic. So
that's
the
why
interpretation
secularists
has to be in a moral Christian manner.
Sure.
And I think
Yeah.
we're in agreement there.
Yeah, right. Exactly, which is
We're
why I said
approaching it from opposite ends.
we're talking past each other because I think you
Yeah.
misinterpreted my first statement. Secularists have no appeal to morality without religion. They can't get there from here. They can't.
Right,
They
and
can't appeal to
absolutely.
philosophy. They can't.
Right.
And so in theory, philosophy and the understanding of self is the bridge by which you can get morality from secularism. But you really can't, because it's your understanding of self, which means that it's all based on your feelings, and you are now the authority, which means that if you can be the authority, then I can be the authority, and I say you're wrong.
It has no. It can't be a universal system of logic because
Right,
each individual is
exactly.
different. Exactly.
Right. Because religion it has to be based in a religious component. There has to be that component to have morality. So secularists cannot be moral. They can't make an appeal to morality, and they can't be. They can't say that. They can't. They just can't do it. It just doesn't exist for them.
You know, I would go so far as to say logic. It's faulty logic if your logic doesn't agree with morality. You cannot have anything logical that doesn't lead to God or consistent with God. Otherwise, it's a rationalization, or it's faulty or misunderstood logic.
Yeah, I agree. That was my whole point. You can't get there from here.
Yeah.
You and again,
And I'm not going to say that that secularists don't use morality, that they don't use logic. I'm just saying they have no objective basis.
I
for
really want this to
such
be
things.
argued.
Yeah.
I would really like this to be argued. Philosophy existed before Christianity in the absence of religion.
Okay.
Prior to Christianity, there was always religion. There were always false gods. That's how they developed the idea of morality. So,
I mean, I would agree with
Christianity began in creation.
Argue this because I really want to understand how you're going to get there from here.
Okay, I agree. Philosophy existed before Christianity. Yes, the Greeks had philosophy. And then Christianity came in, and it united.
Yeah. Sumerians had philosophy.
What do you mean,
The Hebrews?
Sumerians. The Sumerians.
Oh, Sumerians. Well, the Hebrews didn't. I mean, the Greeks had the highest form of philosophy because they did not have
the Egyptians had philosophy. Everybody had philosophy.
Western.
I mean, a lot of people.
Our Western world has been informed by Greek, so let's not get a matter of degree. Greeks had a high level of philosophy.
We did
with Aristotle, and that's carried over into Western civilization, and it's been discussed a lot. So they had a lot of that. Then Christianity came in. They did attempt to argue more morality and understand it from a philosophical point of view. So if that's true, and as I said previously, when Christianity came in, it united the spirituality of the Hebrew side and Jesus with the logic and philosophy of the Greek, and they coexisted together and came together and added something to each other, and that formed Christianity. I mean, both Eastern and Western Christianity, the Orthodox, a lot of their understanding comes from the Greek. The the Western Church, which was the Catholics and basically all the Protestants, their thinking is Westernized thinking, which is based on Latin, and it's a different way of thinking. And I don't really understand the Eastern mind, the Orthodox mind, the Greek, the Russian. They have a different thought process than we do. They just look at life differently because it's kind of based on Greek thinking and not Latin thinking. I can't describe it really. I don't understand it.
So
I disagree with Steve a little bit.
I actually disagree with you a lot. First, the Greeks didn't invent anything. They didn't create anything. They simply copied it, and they did a better job of publishing it. They were great publishers. They raided every country they ever entered, and that's how the libraries of Alexander existed. So it wasn't that they were particularly good at anything. I think history's shown that pretty clearly. And the even prior to the Greeks, there was this idea of the one true God, even in the presence of the Egyptian gods, the Sumerians, I'm trying to think of all these ancient peoples. I was literally just in London at the museum looking at all of this stuff, and now I can't even remember any of it.
Yeah, you're right. They had a monotheism for a period in Egypt. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the god Ra, I think.
Well, Ra was the leader. Ra was more like Odin. He led a group of gods, right? Osiris, but there was the unknown one true God, and that God also, that idea of God shows up all throughout Lower Africa as well. And that idea of a one true God shows up on Mongol hordes. And it goes over all the way over to the steppes, into China, and so on. So now they all had different names, they all had different ideas, they all had very different interpretations of that. But I think that we should be able to come to at least a tacit agreement that while there were cultures that worshipped various forms of paganry and groups of gods for, fire and the god of war and the god of this and the god of that and all of that stuff, it was far more prevalent to have a singular god that they prayed to. And then who did the story of Gilgamesh? What was that? That was what people were that? The Etruscans? Is that the Etruscans?
Old Babylonians. I think the Old Babylonians. Yeah, Old Babylonians.
And that was like
or Sumerian. It could be Sumerian, but
could be Sumerian. Area. I think it was Sumerian. Anyway, I mean that was like 100 years before the Greeks were like walking instead of dragging their knuckles. I don't know. I find that I find that our version of history is very interesting, and I'm not a particularly learned man. I just hit stuff with hammers and throw grenades and stuff. Thank you, PKFRX. Gilgamesh is Sumerian and Mesopotamian, and it was how far ahead of the Greek civilization is at least 100 years. I think it was at least 100 years. But
you're talking about the Mycenaeans and Minoans, the pre-Greek,
right? Yeah, precursors.
Okay.
Yeah, the precursors. but they also had a singular at any given time. They would have a singular god, and then then they would have pagans that would take over, and then they'd have all of these different gods, Baal and Baal. I mean, all had some version of this. So it just kind of it was kind of a cycle, right? And it did stop with the Greeks and the Romans, because the Greeks and the Romans were able to take from all of those previous civilizations and kind of lump it all together like a big ball of clay, and then form something that looked like civilization, right? That's how they did that. And there's nothing, I mean, hey, that's just how the world works, right? I mean, we're still building on the backs of the Greeks and Romans.
Everything is built on the previous.
Yeah. So, I mean, but accuracy matters. And to be accurate, the idea of a singular, all powerful God, is, it was far before the Greeks decided to come to Christianity. And Christianity, we don't really have an idea, because the timeline's, not 100% established. We really don't know what that timeline looks like. I mean, it could have been 100 years, it could have been 10 years, it could have been whatever. We don't know how long that is.
Well, it was, first of all, I never said the Greeks were looking at one God. They had many gods.
Yeah, they did.
They were trying.
I'm
how long?
I think Aristotle pushed the one God, I think.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
But it was a debate.
I'm speaking of how they adopted the singular Christian faith, and the Greeks and the Romans together, more or less, one after the other, adopted the Christian faith, and
it was a progression over a few hundred years.
Yeah. So it's
I got an interesting take.
Sure.
So
go with it. It's awesome debating ancient Sumerian on a freaking podcast.
I think this is all wrong-headed. Christianity is the religion of the Old Testament come into fulfillment in Christ.
Sure.
So God created the world. The Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the triune God created the world. And he created man in his own image, a man that could think rationally, but he can't figure everything out because he's finite. He's a creature. That's a problem in philosophy. So that's why we have arguments on particulars. We can't arrive at a full definition of something. We always pick it apart, because we can't know everything in its fullness, but God does. We're creatures. So we're created his image. We're created upright. We're created moral. So he created the world. There's a heaven and an earth. There's a spiritual realm and an earthly realm. We're body and soul. So there's a metaphysic. There's a morality. 10 Commandments, created the image of God, man after God's own heart. And so there's metaphysic, morality, and how to know. God speaks to us. We have his revelation. Even in Genesis 2, God speaks to man, and then man learns from the world. So there's special and general revelation. And the Bible has its own. I appreciate Greek philosophy. I think there's some good things because they're made in the image of God. You can take those things and plunder the Egyptians. I'm fine with that. But you look at the Bible, it talks about the fear of the Lord is beginning of wisdom and understanding. There's a whole book of Ecclesiastes talking about the failure of the things of this world. And you see Solomon in all his wisdom, the wisest man, talking about the reality of life under the sun without reflecting on who God is. Then he concludes, fear the Lord, keep his commandments. I think their Christianity has its own philosophy in the Hebrew Bible. And it's not to say we can't take things that we find in other civilizations and cultures and grasp those ideas, but Christianity itself has the only foundation for objective morality, universal objective morality, and universal objective logic, and the way the world is.
I think, you know what? Let me build on that. When I said it was Greek, Hebrew, and Greek coming together, I was kind of implying they were equal. No, I'll agree with Nick. It's the God of the Old Testament, and And then when they came into Greece and they said, hey, you keep talking about this logos thing and trying to understand the origin. Hey, in the beginning, there was logos. So they were speaking to the Greeks like, hey, yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Let me tell you some more about the reality of the situation. And so they weren't speaking gibberish. They were building a bridge to share the gospel and come to share the good news. They were evangelizing. And yeah, then they take in some of the thought and it guides things. Yeah, Christianity has done that as we've absorbed different cultures. For instance, the Christmas tree. That started out as a pagan German thing. And now it's to celebrate Christmas. So, we brought that in. Not saying it's good or bad. It just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that it's important to kind of understand that up until the point that the Bible was defined and the scripture revealed, up until that point of time, it's not that the world did not know God. It's that they didn't understand God. And through the Old Testament into the New Testament, that's how we became that's how we became aware and or able to understand God. Just because the Bible didn't exist in ancient Mesopotamia 4000 BC, that has nothing to do with the fact that God didn't exist. And because the Bible didn't exist, that God didn't exist. They had an understanding of a one true God. They didn't have the stories. They didn't have although there's arguments to be made that a lot of their stories are very similar
Well,
to the way a Bible story would be made.
Let's throw evolution out the window. If there was Adam and Eve and they were the beginning, hey, they walked and talked with God. And then as humanity increased, yeah, were the forebearers of the Sumerians, Adam and Eve. Well, yeah, the stories would have been passed down. And, every time it's passed down, it changes a little bit. But is it any surprise that their stories are similar to Christian stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh? Is it any surprise that they still have this desire to know God?
Sure.
Think about the one God.
It just
carries through. Yeah, exactly.
It's not that just because the Bible had not been defined, just because it hadn't been written, just because the stories had not been placed, has nothing to do with that God didn't exist and wasn't understood by those peoples. And I mean, I believe that well, I'm not gonna. That's too long. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. We're kind of getting in deep here, aren't we?
Yeah, secularists could base logic on natural consequences. No, they can't, because they can't understand a natural consequence without a religious base. That's just how that works. I'm sorry that I keep going back to this. It's just you can't. You can't. I mean, in theory, logic is all right. So here's the thing. I keep saying that you can't use logic without religion. You can, because 1 + 1 = 2. That is machine logic. We're not machines. Therefore, the logic that we need has to be greater than two-dimensional 1 + 1. You can't, it doesn't, because we can always say, no, I reject 1 plus 1, and therefore my logic is still correct. Because now I say 1 plus 1 is 2. You can't say anything differently because you have no basis for that. You can't say, no, it's clearly 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's not 3. Because the only authority you can appeal to is yourself. Right.
And secularists have no basis for the consistency of history and nature.
True.
You're assuming it's constant. You're assuming it's constant. They are assuming it's constant.
It's a lot of really kind of, it's a lot of concepts that are really not clear unless you just really want to argue a lot. I like to argue.
I like to argue.
With morality and logic, I can logically say, if I do this, then that will happen. But I need morality. Because how many times when you take an action are there unintended consequences?
Okay,
Things, it happened. I didn't think of that. So if you use logic or morality to inform your logic, I guess I have the faith that morality will keep you on the straight and narrow track, and so you won't make a logical dumb decision.
You just can't appeal
unintended consequences.
You just can't appeal to logic. If you say, if I eat breakfast, I'm not hungry. I can literally say I ate breakfast and I still feel hungry. So logic you can't do that. It doesn't. You can get close with machine logic, which is math, right? But every time that science tries to resolve the world with math, it fails. So why is that? Why is that? Because it's
not logical.
Because math can only take you so far, which is unfortunate because math is.
No, math can take you as far as you want, as long as it's informed by morality, by Christianity. It won't lead you to a wrong answer as long as it's used properly and informed by Christian morality, Christian principles.
The Greeks were wiped out, Arthrodia, before Christ had even come. However, the Greeks adopted Christianity, I think, prior to the Romans, and established the Greek churches prior to the Romans accepting the story of Jesus. And we get into the whole Pilate and all of the. I mean, there's a whole story about it. You can read about it. It's a really cool book. It's called the Bible. And
the Greeks weren't wiped out. Corinth was wiped out.
Yeah,
it had to be repopulated.
The state of Greece fell, is I think what she's saying.
No, the whole world became Hellenized, even part of the Roman Empire.
Yeah,
and so that's why the Bible's written in Koine Greek, because Alexander took over so much of this, and they had this Hellenic culture. And then you see like one of the Catos complaining about, I think it's Cato the Elder complaining about how the Hellenists have infected the Romans with their culture and morals. And
well, he also complained about how that they should kill all of the Gaul, Pict, and German, which they didn't call them Germans at the time, but they should kill all of the armies that they had accrued in the northern area of the world, because they weren't Roman and they weren't Greek, and the only two peoples that he trusted were Romans and Greeks, and he barely trusted Greeks. So
I got to tell you,
sure, the empire fell, sure, and Rome took it over, but
well, I mean, he was right. He was right. They did turn on him, right? The Picts and all the savages, they did turn on the Romans. He was right, but at the same time,
I got to tell you guys something funny.
Sure,
Nick, are you watching your phone?
Yeah.
See, Plutarch is driving, and he's listening to this, and he so badly wants to get into the debate. He's texting.
It's not a debate. It's just a discussion.
He's got ideas.
Yeah,
I think it's funny. I mean,
it's conversations
nice
we have
people,
text message.
It's nice when people engage, and that's really my goal in life in this YouTubing, is make people think. have some good discussions. Maybe I win, maybe I lose, but as long as you're thinking, hey, you're going to be better off.
It's and look, I'm not purposefully taking opposite views of what you guys are saying. I just have to hold your feet to the fire when you say like a really round statement. I have to say, no, come on. Let's be a little more accurate. Accuracy matters.
Well, I do the same to you. I wouldn't expect anything other from you.
What does superstition come from, and how, if it plays into religion? That's a great question. I'm not sure I have enough hours left in me to tell you that, but that's a really great question, because religion is often related to superstition. However, superstition by definition is an irrational fear or a lack of understanding of the world around you, one of the two. And so therefore it can't be related to, look, if you're just going strictly by definition, it has no relationship to religion whatsoever.
Well, how about if I give this definition?
Sure.
It's looking for a spiritual answer to a worldly problem. Christianity, why do we become Christian? Well, to trivialize it, we're looking for a spiritual answer to a worldly problem. My life sucks. What's the purpose? I want to go to heaven. Okay, it's kind of the same aspect of desire for spiritual guidance. What do you think, Nick?
I want to blow everybody's mind. So the classic definition of religion is very different than we're using it today. And the way we use religion today is really superstition. So
I don't disagree with
religion refers to true religion, the being and perfections of God, right? The one true God. And you look at Noah Webster's 1828 definition, it gives a good definition there. Superstition, you could say that, I'm thinking of Acts 17, and, he says, I see that you're very religious. I mean, you got a temple here, you got, all these different gods. You have this altar or this statue, and I forgot what the word was, to this unknown God. You're very religious, or some commentators say superstitious. So from a classical Christian worldview, all religion except the true religion is superstition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I like my definition better.
So if I say I'm spiritual but not religious, is that superstitious?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, you hear that all the time.
Yeah.
I got to bring up some of these trite. Was it trite or tripe?
Trite
Statement.
Trite. Very trite.
Okay.
Sam says, personally, I think superstition is leveraged by people in power wanting to control and influence people. For example, having the knowledge to predict an eclipse to say you communicate with a god. Somebody watched Evil Dead. Somebody's watching movies. That's good. I like that. No, I mean, that's okay. So sure, why not? That's how in the past shamans and whatnot controlled entire societies, is by having a better understanding of the natural world around them. I don't know that that's they preyed upon superstition, which was a willingness to believe in something other than God. So
there's always a desire for greater knowledge of what's going to happen in the future. Hey, that Andrew debate or interaction with Tim Pool is, hey, what's going to happen in the future with his Civil War? And that's all. Oh, here's what my analysis and my thoughts say it's going to happen. And okay, that was a disagreement. But each are looking at, well, they're looking at the tea leaves. And I just mean that, looking at their facts and data. But it's kind of, that superstition thing and looking to the future has become so common and so desired that, yeah, it's an expression now, looking at the tea leaves. That was a superstitious occultist practice of predicting future. A lot of this is just human desire, or desires of humans that are not conform to morality.
I've always looked at superstition as a way to explain things that you don't understand, absent religion. And which is, I think, what I said to start with. I just think that it's, people want to be able to understand things that they don't understand, and they don't want to use religion to do it. So, or they don't want to use Christianity to do it. They want to use ghost, spirits, witches, all of the above. So,
yeah, there's a strong connection. A strong connection where, that might make some people angry, but there's a strong connection with how Pentecostals want to get that assurance away that God doesn't provide through visions and all sorts of different things, the same way that the spiritual ones want to get it through, like the tarot card readers, the ghosts, and all sorts of stuff. So you'll see a strong so when I lived in Louisiana,
I'm going to be listening. I'm going to turn my camera off for just 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be listening.
So when I lived in Louisiana, you had a lot of these Pentecostals that talk this one way, but then you could just change the names and then talk to these really spiritual people. It sounded almost the exact same. With all their voodoo, the tarot cards, the ghosts,
right.
all the stuff.
I'm saying it's trying to fill that same desire. I mean, you've heard it said, oh, Christians, or simplistic view, you have this God-shaped hole in your heart that only God can fill. Okay, well, whatever. It's your desire for spirituality. And you're going to try and fill that. Now, maybe you'll fill it with Christianity, or maybe you fulfill it with some other kind of non-Christian spirituality. You're still trying to seek the supernatural. That's where the similarities is. I'm not condoning one side. I'm just saying this is just human desire for the supernatural. And you best to find it in Christianity. Best to find the real thing rather than the fake thing. What do you think, Nick?
That's true. I agree. Man is very religious. He always fills it with something or himself. The atheists fill it with himself. So they become their own God.
I think superstition, spirituality, religion are related. They're not equal, but they're still a seeking for the supernatural. To make okay, we're back to that philosophical meaning of life. What is the purpose of life? What was I made for? Why am I here? I mean, those are questions we kind of all ask, and you're going to search out and find your purpose, or try and answer those questions somewhere. You may get it right, you may get it wrong. It's your decision. That's free will.
All right. So I'm kind of gonna redirect because we're going down pretty serious.
Yeah,
Rabbit
it's
hole.
time to redirect. Great.
So one of the things that was in the debate today, and Steve has alluded to it a couple of times. What do you think the country is already in a civil war? Are we going down a path of self-destruction, a path of I'm not really sure how that I mean he made the point a couple of different ways. I'm not really sure what he was trying to really get at, other than that he just didn't want Andrew to nail him down on anything. What do you guys think about that? Because to me, the whole discussion, I kind of felt like the guy was taking it as kind of a joke and was kind of lame. These were all layups for Andrew. Like I don't think he sweated at all. So what do you guys think?
I don't know. Civil War, okay, everyone has this idea of what a civil war means. It's state versus state. I don't think it's going to be that. We're going to have some strife, potentially. I'm not predicting it. In fact, we're going to do our Monday show on this topic because it's a topic for discussion, and Plutarch is doing a lot of research on it. He's going to have charts and graphs and all kinds of stuff because this is what he likes to do. On one side, the US dollar has been in existence for a long time. It's gone through a couple changes. 1913 when the Federal Reserve was created, then 44 when Bretton Woods and it backed the world economies with gold, then 71 when we went off the gold standard and became fiat and all that. Well, by some measures, there's a lot of debt out there, and what's going to happen to that? So things keep changing. So that could lead to some strife. Morally, we're not doing good as a country. We're not having enough babies. The native population, we have all these immigrants coming in with different views. So our debt is out of control. The federal debt. We got a lot of shit out there. How is it going to come about? And hey, we're probably due for a recession. Is there going to be fighting? Well, probably some unrest. I have no clue, really.
We are divided, though. You can say that. At least like religiously, ideologically, morally, there's a divide. Will that mean strife? How much? Who knows?
Okay. So are you guys kind of proponents of not proponents, but believers in the idea that we are going to be in that we are already in an enemy action, and it's a protracted financial war to destroy the middle class, destroy the working class of America, and basically just terrible all the way around.
I think there's been a movement to reduce the power of the family. and basically through divorce and removing the authority of fathers. Because really, the foundation of a country, the civilization, is the family. Head of the family is the father. It's easier to control people when you divide that. And I think that has been happening by design. Because otherwise, they would, politicians are not as stupid as we think they are. They've recognized the demographic problems with no-fault divorce and childless children for a long time. There's been studies on that. And if it weren't a part of their desire to do this, they would have changed it because it makes no sense otherwise. Will it lead to civil war? I don't know, but we're not on a good trajectory. Something has to happen. Is it going to be violent? Well, there probably will be some violence. Is it Civil War level violence? I doubt it, but I could be wrong.
Where do you think the violence is going to come from?
Well, for instance, if the government changes the way they spend money on their social welfare system, people will go hungry. And then there'll be some unrest versus people who are hungry versus where the food is. And then it could get into our logistics system, supply chain. Because, man, we got a precarious supply chain. Stuff comes all over. I mean, man, your food that comes to your table that you buy from the local grocery store. I mean, you got apples that come from South Africa, I think, or someplace way down there. Your lettuce comes from California. It's all trucked all over the country, and everything has to work. Not only the trucks, but the pumping, the refining, the diesel, and oh yeah, their trucks are made someplace else, and then you need the parts to maintain them. And it's really complicated. Logistics, supply chain is extremely complicated. And if it breaks down, if the electric grid goes down, oil is not going to be pumped because they're relying on electric motors to pump the oil. Then the refineries won't work. And then, the refrigeration won't work. I'm not predicting that, but that's just one vulnerability. Or someone sabotages the pipelines, either crude or refined product, because all the refined products goes to all the airports by pipeline. You disrupt that. Okay, now you don't have the fuel, and now you don't have the trucks to deliver anything, even groceries or parts. And so eventually the system fails in. I mean,
but I don't believe it's a system, though.
That quick.
What if I don't believe it's a system? What if I think that's a bill of goods that's sold to people to scare them? Because I've traveled this entire country in vehicles, and there's no system. There's no system. Now, sure, people
infrastructure. There's no infrastructure.
Sure, but infrastructure doesn't get destroyed. Roads don't get destroyed overnight. None of that matters. Nobody's gonna care if I can't get avocados from California. Nobody's gonna care if I have to get my lettuce from the farm down the street instead of Mexico. No, nobody. Those things that's a bill of goods you're being sold. Matter of fact, I would prefer that to happen. And as a matter of fact, if I had my druthers, I would love for the system to collapse. I would absolutely think it's the best possible thing that could happen to this country, because I would rather the farmer down the street get my money than somebody somewhere else. I don't believe any of the things you said could happen. And I can give you factual evidence as to why.
I didn't say it was going to happen.
No, I said,
You
but
said
you
all
said it
these
could
things
happen.
have to work together.
Yeah, no, they
It
don't,
was an
because
if.
COVID happened, and not literally my life didn't change hardly at all. And most people's lives were inconvenienced, but only because they decided to follow along with the program. Oh, and there was some law enforcement involved when they didn't believe it, because there wasn't an actual inconvenience, right? There wasn't a shortage of toilet paper. People went out and bought all the toilet paper that a factory could produce in a month, and it took them time to catch back up. We've already seen that, and this is an interesting take. Is that I asked you, who would we be fighting against, and the first thing you went to is all of this destruction of infrastructure. Let me give you an actual scenario that could happen, is very likely to happen, and if we don't see it in the next 6 or 8 months, I'd be pretty shocked. We have enough bad actors coming across the southern border
That's true.
take out a power substation in multiple locations and actually affect the grid to some. It would be a discomfort. It wouldn't actually hurt anybody. It would do little more than hurt people's feelings. But the fear that it would sow would be very, very impressive. And that's it. That's the actual thing that they wanted.
That's true. Nothing's going to collapse totally overnight. Yeah, they can do that. And, that's an external factor. It's going to trigger things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there is some resiliency in the world, and I'm calling it that the system. You have
Mm-hmm.
forces that can come in and repair things, and
Mm-hmm.
you recover. Okay, fine, and I understand that. I'm an engineer. I look at everything. It's a complex machine, and all the parts have to work. When one part doesn't work, well, then you got to go fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And until something really bad happens where the machine doesn't work, you're not going to see great unrest. And if the machine works forever and it never fails, you're still probably not going to see great unrest.
No, I think you're looking at this is the problem. I think that you've been duped into looking at this from the exactly opposite point of what will happen. What will happen is there will be some form of issue, and it'll probably be, my guess is, power substations. That's the easiest, softest target in this country. They can take out 5. You could have, and we know for a fact that there are various bad actors in this country currently, from the places that hate us, that have no problem causing hate and discontent. And those people very easily can take out several power substations, even a power plant. Power plants are actually really hard to take completely offline, but it could happen. And if that happened, it would not be that the entire world would crumble. What would happen is it would give the excuse for more control. It would give the excuse for more help, more reliance upon the government, more reliance upon the
No, never let a crisis go to waste. Yeah.
Never let a crisis go to waste. And if there's not a crisis, well, it doesn't cost a whole lot to make one. And so I think you're looking at this backwards. I think you're looking at how people would react I think that you're looking at
saying the same thing. Absent a major crisis, nothing's going to happen. You're saying the same thing. Yeah, they come in, they do this, it'll be fixed. There'll be more controls coming down, and that'll be fixed.
I think that's the goal.
And nothing's going to happen.
I think the end goal is not to. The end goal is not to, turn America into a dystopian third world nation of lawless banditry. I think the goal is to erode everything in the name of protection. I think that's the goal. So weird. But and the reason I say that is because there are too many people in this country that can just be just fine without the government, just peachy, right? Like, it's against the water to collect. I mean, it's against the law to collect rainwater in most places in this country.
States. Yeah.
Most of them. I think I think there's like 3 states that you can legally collect rainwater. It's illegal to, there's a lot, you can only have so much powder. I didn't know this, by the way. It's a very interesting law. You can only have X amount of gunpowder. You can only have X amount of many things, and people don't know that. But it's just a very interesting thing that is constantly being expanded on in ways that you don't see it, right? And it can go worse, I don't buy into the dystopian third world. I buy into the government jackbooted thug. That's what I buy into.
Well, you know what? Our show on this is going to be next Monday.
Yeah.
And Plutarch is doing all the research on this.
Sure.
So he's going to have charts and graphs and data.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what I suggest is we postpone this discussion. Right. You watch that and you bring him on your show, and then you can probably have a really good discussion.
We had a great discussion.
I'm kind of winging it right now, to tell the truth.
We had a lot of fun.
A lot of numbers, guys.
I'm not throwing numbers around. I don't care about
numbers. No, I know. I'm just suggesting that, hey, there's probably a better time to have this. Probably next week. And bring Plutarch on, because I
can redirect again. I was just very curious because some people believe that that the mass amount of illegal immigrants that are currently in the country are going to somehow become armed and somehow become a problem for us. I don't buy into that. I don't foresee that being the issue. I believe that there are small bands of them that are bad actors. I just don't believe that, we have an occupying army amongst us. That's just literally, that would be a bad idea. There are too many good old boys out there that would just love for that. They've been planning for it their whole life. They got,
Of course you don't believe that, Grid One, because if you believe there was this concerted effort, that would be conspiracy. And you don't believe in conspiracy theories.
Well, I believe in what I can document.
I'm just teasing you a little bit here.
Yeah,
just giving you.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I 100%. I agree with that. I don't believe that I don't believe the obvious troll. I believe it's an obvious troll. And I just don't buy it. It's way easier. And I've had this discussion with some people that would know exactly how to do it. And, they're pretty much, they're like, man, this is a pretty good deal, because no, I can't say that. I mean, I can. The positioning of the way things have happened, where certain elements is very critical to specific things. There's a there's just going to be a lot of, I think it's more of a push to instill more garbage than what we need. Where's old Joe at? There we go. How serious are our problems as a society? Pretty darn. This is what really bothers me. Look, people coming in here, bad actors. We have people that have been, we've been fighting constant warfare for over 30, 40 years now. We got guys out there that, a few bad actors coming across the board, even a mass amount of bad actors coming across the border is not nearly as concerning as other more tactical methods, like instilling martial law because the power stations have been bombed, or which I should not say on YouTube, but that there have been problems with power substations, or there's various other issues. Let's see. Hang on, I'm really stiff tonight, guys. I don't know why. My back is killing me.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm gonna listen, but I'm gonna go out for a couple of puffs on the smoke.
Hey,
something I'm trying to quit.
It's okay to do that. It's not a sin. It's okay.
But yeah, according to Andrew, I'll believe.
I will believe Andrew. Andrew does his research. I don't argue with Andrew. Andrew will win.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. You're gonna have to go to more of a theology topic for Nick.
Technology?
Theology.
Or history. That's usually my two things.
I don't know. We'll see. Let me do that. And I got to go here, get this. I'm going to bring old Joe up as well. He's pretty sharp guy. And he's a good guy. I like old Joe.
Okay.
So I just sent him an invite via a moderator. So old Joe, look for that. Oh man, that's
yeah.
Smoking is immoral? Well, I gotta hear that argument. Smoking is immoral.
A lot of these people that say that they love C.S.
Are we
Lewis.
breaking?
Yeah. A lot of people say that they read C.S. Lewis, but guess what C.S. Lewis did? He smoked.
Have you ever read Robert Heinlein?
No.
Love Robert Heinlein. Have you ever read the book or the series of books, A Bio of a Space Tyrant?
No, I'm not.
You should read that. It's very good. It's
okay.
I think it's 4 or 5 books. It's really good. They read very well. So, basically just start it. This is good. It's immoral to do things which harm your body. It's interesting. Interesting. Ice cream is immoral? I did not know that. I was unaware.
Well, the Seventh-day Adventists, they who invented they invented I think the graham cracker, didn't they? Because
they did.
You didn't have too much sugar.
And a Seventh Adventist, not the Seventh.
Oh, okay.
I want to move into guns right now. Is what I want to do. I've got guns, and guts. There's a whole idea behind the topic tonight is the literal wussiness of Andrew's opponent today. I'm using that as an adjective and a verb to describe this young man, old man, whatever. And the fact that he just gave up, it's bent over. Ice cream is holy food. I don't know if I buy that. You made that.
That's good.
That's a good plan.
Haven't had ice cream in a while.
Yeah. So do you follow gun laws at all?
I'm vaguely familiar with them. I own a gun.
Yeah. What kind of firearm do you own?
Springfield XD 40 cal. I bought it when I was working close to Laredo about 13 years ago when they had the shootout.
Are you in Texas?
Not. I'm very close right now. I live in Texas.
You're in Oklahoma, or you're in Oklahoma?
I can't tell you. Tell you.
I've been through Oklahoma. There's not much to see there.
Yeah. But no, I bought my gun.
We got people added to the panel.
There you go.
There we go. Old Joe, welcome. Clover Tack, welcome. We have the battle of the
shows in the house.
Of the non-camera having folk.
Joe can't talk guns. He lives in Canada.
And I'll be talking even less of them soon. There's you heard about the handgun thing, eh?
Yeah, I heard about that.
He just said, "Hey, I love it."
So yeah, well, you know what A is? A for a Canadian turns a statement into a question. That's the rule.
I know you guys fucking crack me up with that shit. It's all out of love, bro.
So our guy Trudeau, he made it, for those of you that haven't heard, he made it. There was a sneaky way of doing it. What he said was, you can keep the guns you own, but there'll be no more. You can't transfer them.
Yeah.
Can't will them to your kids. You can't purchase any. So no movement of handguns from one hand to the other. So in that way, it's a way to slowly snuff them out, as people pass away.
So what happens when you pass away? They go to the state?
Well, they're all registered, right? And they can't
And
leave.
you lose them in the river.
Yeah, that'll be what a lot of people, I think, might have some boating accidents. But our handguns are very heavily controlled. You can't even go. You can only take them to an approved range for the purpose of a competition, unless you're a trapper or a prospector. In which case, you can apply for a permit. You can pay $200 a year. Then you can carry them out.
$200 a year?
Yeah, every year. Yeah, well, they make it really expensive, eh? Yeah. And you have to apply for it on a regular basis. And if you're a prospector, I believe you have to show proof of a claim as well. You can't just walk into the office and say, I'm a prospector. So it kind of makes it makes it unreasonable. Hey, I wanted to speak just briefly on the society collapse piece, and then I'll jump down if you guys don't mind.
Oh no, you can stay up if you like. We like you, Joe.
Hey, thanks. I like you guys too, and you have good discussions. And I watched the discussion with Tim Poole and Andrew today. So,
what did you think of the discussion before you launch into that? Do you agree with my estimation of the discussion, or do you find quarrel with my estimation?
Well, what I find is that depending on where you come from, it's interesting because if you hold a certain viewpoint, it seems tough to break out of it. Like I can see exactly what Andrew is saying. Andrew is saying, look, Tim, you've been claiming there's going to be a civil war for how long, and it's never happened, right? So to me, it's always an interesting exercise to go in the chats of either one of the individuals. So if you go in Andrew's chat, you'll get 100% agreement with Andrew virtually. Then if you go in Tim Poole's chat, oh, he smoked this guy, and it was the same with this Dave guy. Who is this Dave guy Andrew debated there? Was it a few days back or a week back?
Dave Smith.
Dave Smith, yeah.
Libertarian
exact same thing. And so it was an interesting discussion to have. I think that there were good points made on both sides. I don't think it's good to be alarmist and tell, let me throw this at you, Grid One. Do you think there's any chance? Do you think there's any chance that a guy like Tim Poole may be a little bit alarmist because it generates him clicks and views? If you throw it,
no way, never.
Tim Poole?
Can't believe you would say something like that.
He's so based.
So I'll say my piece on the Civil War and the collapse of society, because I still do know a fellow. He's alive but just, and he was a young man. He was in Germany during World War II. He was a kid actually when it fell, and he said what was so stunning to him was that the day until the American soldiers, he says he gave me a precise description of the first American soldier he watched come into their town. And he said, up until that day, the government officials were still in place telling him everything was okay. The bombs, he could hear the bombs. And they were still saying, yeah, no, this isn't much of a problem. And what surprised him was that everybody in his society also believed that. He said it was amazing to see how quickly things fell apart, right? So I wouldn't be in support. Like, I don't believe, if Trump loses the election, all of a sudden we have a bunch of states break off and we've got F-35s dogfighting each other above wasn't there a movie you guys had put out in the States just recently called Civil War or something like that?
I heard about it. I haven't seen it.
I don't get out much.
Yeah, no, I don't buy into that scenario. But what I do think there is a possibility of happening is people losing faith in their government. Like in Canada here, did you guys hear about our trucker? Did you guys hear about our trucker convoy we had a couple of years back?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Love that.
That was badass.
What is not commonly reported is that the amount of people that were on Parliament Hill far, far exceeded any national Canada Day celebration. There are rumors that there were RCMP units that refused orders. Now, of course, you would never hear this publicly, right? But There were active RCMP officers that resigned. There were soldiers, current and ex-soldiers, that were calling for. The one guy went on TV, and I don't know how many of you are military men. I'm not, but he said, what was the phrase he used? Stand to, he called it. Do you know what that means? It's basically a call to arms, is what it is. And this guy was either a military veteran or an active service person. So I think that sparks can be ignited quite quickly. And I think when you look around in society this day and age, like I took my little daughter, she's 10 months old. I took her to the carnival across the street here, and there was one guy leading another guy around, and the one guy was wearing a dog mask. And this is kind of where we've gotten to in our society. And I'm wondering how far down it has to go before the average Joe says we've had enough. This isn't working for me. So those are my thoughts. I don't know if you guys had any responses.
Well, let me address it. The public, from my understanding, was behind the truckers that showed up in Ottawa.
The public loved them, and this was suppressed. The media reported them as bandits. They called them, what words can I and can I not? I made a mistake one live stream. Can I use the NAZI word, or does that get you struck?
Oh, no. Well, you can't, no, don't use that. But there was a flyer that one guy had that created this whole thing. And then it's, they're all that. No, they weren't. That's bullshit.
The guy with the flyer was accusing the government of being that, but our prime minister turned around and not just painted that individual. He painted the entire crowd. If you guys want to see something really interesting, you should write this name down. The fellow's name is Joel Lightbound. And in our country, the prime minister is basically king. So you guys can have senators and congressmen disagree with their president or their party leader. We can't have that. If they do that here, they get fired. So this Joel Lightbound, during that protest, he is a Liberal member of Parliament, and he actually went against Justin Trudeau, his own party leader, and he made a public speech about it. I meant to write the guy a letter, because that takes a lot of courage. But yes, you're right. Those people were painted as belonging to that group, and they weren't. And the public was very, very strongly against it. But what wasn't commonly known is just how much sentiment was behind that movement. So what I'm wondering in the States, because I don't live there, is how much sentiment, how much anti-authoritarian sentiment is there present? Is it overblown, or does it exist as much as I would think it does? That's the question.
I think it'll turn out similarly. There'll be some kind of big kerfuffle, and people will support it, but I think it'll probably be resolved. That doesn't mean there won't be some nasty things on the way. Well, I don't think it's going to escalate to the point of civil war. That's just my belief. Well, but yeah, there's a lot of dissatisfied people, just like there are in Canada.
And so where I would disagree with Tim Poole, and probably disagree quite strongly, Grid One and I had this discussion the last time I was on his panel. There is a lot of reason for hope if we use our electoral system correctly. And we talked about focusing on small local elections, municipal elections, then worrying about the big stuff after.
Yep.
I don't know if I would be pushing the Civil War narrative if I was Tim Poole. I would be saying, hey, look, you're frustrated. You want to make a difference? Here's how you can go about doing it. That's how I would handle that discussion if it was me.
Yeah.
Say, Joe, what part of Canada do you live?
I live on the left.
What?
I live on the left coast. We're the strongest lefties here, other than central Canada, Ontario, and Quebec, so on and so forth.
Okay, because Canadians, we just think of them as, well, most people think of it similar, but you got the Maritimes and you got the Ontario, and Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan. They're got different views there. And then BC is, kind of lefties again. But yeah,
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's Canada is not as homogeneous, like-minded people. No, those Albertans think a lot like Texans.
Well, speaking of splitting up a country, do you know that in the mid 90s, one of our provinces, Quebec, held a referendum and came
The
within
Frenchies.
they came within 1% of leaving the country. That's how close
Wow.
it came.
Yeah, there's that language barrier. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's that culture barrier. So here in
Yep.
British Columbia, we would be more closely politically. We would vote sort of the same as Seattle, the lefties, and then you guys would probably have more commonality with our prairie provinces, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. They would be culturally quite similar to some of what you would see in the States. They hold rodeos and everything. It's actually fun. I enjoy going down there. Like Grid One, something like your drag racing, there would be people in my city that would stick their nose up at that, saying that was somehow uncivilized or uncouth. And then you could go into the prairie provinces, and people just like, I love watching. They'll participate in it, watch it, support it, that kind of thing.
Well, I actually ran at Trois-Rivières and Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park.
We used to have. It's not F1. What's the other one? It was in Vancouver. There was a
circuit. Giles Villeneuve.
Yeah, Villeneuve ran in that, whatever league that is.
That's F1.
Is that F1? So what's the one? What's the similar one in Europe called?
F1.
Oh, they're all F1. Okay, so sorry, I'm not very educated. There used to be a city rate where they went right through the city here, and from what the racers said, the city streets were terrible to race on, apparently. But yeah, it was interesting. That no longer happens.
Yeah. Yep. I thought I guess my biggest issue with the idea of an actual civil war is that I don't believe there's enough cohesiveness for it to happen. I do believe that the military would have a very hard time coming to grips with doing it, especially as pussified as a lot of it is now. And I say that with love because I know a lot of really good dudes in the military, but there's a massive amount of people who are just there collecting a paycheck, and they have no desire to go into war with their neighbors for sure.
I would heavily bet against any kind of organized state versus state military action. I don't believe that's
no. I believe that it'll be jackbooted thugs from the government, from special agencies. They will go after select targets. If you've seen the movie V,
yes, I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the what did they call them? They weren't seekers.
Fifth
they
column?
were. Sorry.
The fifth column, or
They called them something. They called them not purifiers or seekers, but something like that. It kind of had a religious overtone because they wanted the movie. The movie was supposed to portray the right being the jackbooted thugs, but of course, all of the degeneracy that they showed was clearly leftist and very interesting. But when it was a very interesting film on a lot of levels, but the one clear thing was that it was not there was a very small number of people holding an entire nation hostage. And so and I believe that's what'll happen here, just like we had a dry run back in 2021, and I think we always will remember the wool that was pulled over our eyes, and that dry run wasn't fun for most of us. There's Andrew is in the chat. Andrew, come on up, buddy. Come hang out.
Yep.
One of the
and
things
Andrew makes this point a lot, and I like this point. I'm going to post this yeah, as long as you have endless entertainment, full bellies, and jobs, there ain't going to be no civil war.
What would we call
Right.
that? Bread and circuses?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, and
I
it's
think, well, Rachel mentioned this in her watch stream. She said exactly that. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I do believe, and so I just don't buy it. I don't buy into it. What I do buy is I buy the jackbooted thug theory.
well, you mentioned Grid One about before Andrew jumps up here. I'll tell a quick story. You mentioned about people coming across the border.
He can't come on right now. He's probably at dinner. He's probably doing something cool.
Oh, okay. Well, here in Canada, there would be no reason for me to sneak across the border. Basically, no matter how bad it got, for me to sneak across the border into the States and try and do something or try and live a lifestyle on the streets or whatever, we just wouldn't make any sense. And yet when I drive along the border, there are farmers, like there's an avenue that goes right along the border that has no border guards or anything. You can talk to the farmer on the other side of the road. And these guys are picking up clothing that are in their fields, and they say that they kind of on a regular basis have people come over in the middle of the night, change clothing, and then head down into the States. And I don't believe those are Canadian citizens doing that. Somebody else is. And whoever it is, I mean, why are they coming in from the northern side? What's their agenda? It's not like they're refugees fleeing, bad conditions down south. So.
Yeah, Andrew, I get that. I just think that the unpleasantness back in 21 was a dry run for something more, and I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I can't say that.
Let me again say this is a good topic, and it's everyone's talking about it. So that's what we're going to address at the Resurgence of Sanity YouTube channel on Monday night. We start at 7:45, and Plutarch will be on with lots of data. And I encourage other people to watch that. Then we can come back on here and we'll have more to talk about and further develop this because I like the discussion. Yeah, I'm plugging my channel, but I want to further these discussions.
It's okay to plug your channel because we'll do it for you. They've been doing it in the chat. That's what they do.
Okay, well,
that's how we roll around here. I'm not sure you guys know that, but the way that we roll around here on this side of the aisle is that anytime anyone comes on our channel, we plug their channel. And every time you come on, even if you're just in the chat, if the mods see you, they'll plug your channel and let people know to go watch your stuff. That's just how that's just how we roll.
I know that. I know you do that, but we're just kind of.
Although the mods are slacking, I think we only have 2 mods in the night, so they're kind of they're busy.
It's all
we
good.
are slacking a little bit. That's okay. They do a great job. So Clover, I'm going Sunday to purchase a 725 Browning Satori.
Nice.
For my son.
Oh, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
he shot a 77 yesterday or 78 yesterday.
CZ not cutting it, or he just wants something different?
He's got it. Well, the CZ's like really plain. And I thought, and I know he likes it because it's plain and it looks kind of tactical and blah, blah, blah. But he likes it, but on the other side of it, I just noticed him. We were at we're at the state championship all week, and I just noticed that we would go into the Outfitters Unlimited tent, and they've got all those sweet Brownings laid out, and they start at like $3,000, man. They're like crazy, and they go up like it's nuts. So. We went to the gun fitter because he hasn't had the gun fit to him. So we went to the
that'll make a huge difference.
And the gun fitter said not to do anything. He said that it has a great natural fit. He suggested a cheek pad, and that was it. And
it's hard to break off I don't have any that are fitted. And
Yeah.
it's really hard to pay the kind of money to get something custom
Yeah.
fitted if it's
And
not a
he
really high end shotgun. You know what I mean?
and that's yeah, he told us not to do that.
Yeah.
Andrew, the Satori is a 725 sporting. So it's it retails at like 3,100. Well, it's on sale right now for 3,100. I think it retails for like 3,400. I told him I told him early in the week when he kind of started looking at the new guns, and we knew that the gun he has is like a my old Joe. He just does that. But
Jumped out.
I told him when at the beginning of the week after he kind of fell in love with the idea of a Browning, he said that I told him, I said, hey, here's the thing. If you do well, I'll get you a Browning, kind of a starter Browning, right? Like not like Andrew's saying, it's a grade 2, it's not a grade 6. They had a grade 6 there with that blonde walnut stock, dude, it looks so good, but it's like $8,500. So good though. And I think it comes with two sets of barrels. And Joe, you can come back up, man. Come on, you can come back up. I'll put you right back in. And I can't explain to my wife that I bought my 14-year-old an $8,000 shotgun. Like I'm not sure how
If you're gonna get up in closer to the 10 grand, there's other things I would look at before.
Well, there's Kohlers, there's
Blazer.
low-end Kriegoffs,
Blazers, yeah.
But the anyway, so I told him at the beginning of the week, I'm like, look, I know you need a better shotgun. I know now that you want a better shotgun, because before he was kind of apathetic about it. He's like, whatever.
Well,
And
you don't want him to crutch himself either, though. And that's
Yeah.
moving up slow is better than
So
than just
the way
throwing
we've
him into
done
something high
this,
dollar.
the way we've done this is we started out with him in trap at 10 years old, and he was shooting Remington 1100 trap.
Yeah,
which is a great gun.
Yeah,
and soft shooting, kind of heavy. It was great.
Yeah.
And then we moved him up to he used my Beretta 1301, which is even softer shooting, and he did pretty well with it. And then he decided he wanted an over and under, so we bought a low market Fausti over under. It was pretty nice, and we put the Graco kit on it and did all that cool stuff. And he liked it. It's just it needed a little bit longer barrel, a little bit longer. He just outgrew it, right? The gun looks like physically small when he's waving it around. It really needs like a 32-inch barrel or something like that. And he just didn't have it. So
be careful. Be careful. I would check equipment rules everywhere.
Yeah.
With all the competitions and stuff he's doing, because sometimes there are barrel length restrictions, and so you wouldn't want to spend that much on something he's not going to be able to use across all competitions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what? He has generally he has the shortest length barrel on. I mean, he has the shortest barrel of anybody that he's shooting against, which is fine because it kind of helps him because he can.
See, he's not shooting just trap. See, the long barrel, I would agree with you on long barrel if he was just shooting trap.
Yeah, he
but
shoots
then
all of it.
That long barrel, when you get into skeet, is going to be potentially detrimental. And then certain stages on sporting clays, especially crossing, could be problematic as well.
Yeah, so we got him.
What, guys?
Yeah,
this really isn't. It's not Nick's thing, and it's not my thing. So I think we're going to drop out. Maybe you can bring up somebody else, because we've kind of reached about 3 hours here. Our streams
it's like 11 o'clock. It's
more shorter and to topic, and so hey, we really appreciate coming on here.
Sure.
I do have one thing.
I hope you invite us back.
I do
Yeah,
have a
absolutely.
parting comment because it's from one of my favorite
Oh, no.
theologians. He is used for the American Revolution
Yeah.
and the use of arms. It's you ever heard of Lex Rex, sent by Samuel Rutherford? Anyways, you can look at he has in his book Lex Rex means the law is king or the law and the prince.
Mhm.
He has on question 36, he talks about the necessary use of arms by the people, and it
Mhm.
should not be that should not the king should not take them from the people, but the people have the right for the arms for self-preservation and defense.
Yep.
So
Yep.
with that, that's kind of where I am.
Okay. Yeah, we kind of yeah, I can talk about my kid shooting for all night, honestly, but
I know you can, but hey, I appreciate this. I enjoyed it a lot.
yeah, it was a good
Yeah.
conversation, and it like I like people that I can kind of get into intellectual discussions with, so that's pretty awesome. So
Okay, but
yeah.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, have a great evening, guys.
Hey, Grid One, sorry for I dropped
Yes,
off by
sir.
mistake. I got a couple questions
worries.
about your son's competition, though, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead.
So, is this like a statewide competition that they have to qualify for locally, type of thing?
Yeah, so SCTP, which is the Scholastic Clay Target something association, and they basically put on various shoots throughout the year, and you have to shoot, I think it's 200 targets or 300 targets or something like that to be able to qualify to go to regionals, and then you go to regionals and you can qualify to go to state. And of course, they have regionals in a couple of different places. We were very fortunate that we had regionals very close to us, and we went. My son did okay at regionals, and they took they did actually really good in skeet, team skeet. They took a third in team skeet, and now, he'd only had the gun that he has now for like 2 days when he shot that that competition, because he had, as I was saying before we kind of did the outtake, I had bought him this Fausty and he used it for a little over a year and a half, 2 years, and I don't know what happened, but he cracked the stock, which is really, really weird. It's really high quality walnut stock. But okay, things happen. So I let him use my Versamax, which he liked, and he was doing very good with it, or very well with it. But it had that shorter barrel, and you really need, as an all-around gun, Clover Tack is absolutely correct. You need a little bit longer barrel for skeet and sporting clays. Or pardon me, for sporting clays and super sporting, that sort of thing. But
Shorter, you mean?
Yeah, for trap and skeet, you want kind of a little bit longer barrel. Skeet's not as well. Skeet's really close, so it's not quite.
You don't want it for skeet, because I mean the last stage is going to be brutal, absolutely brutal.
Oh yeah.
And when you get into when you get more into the middle, it's going to be brutal with swinging too, having that longer barrel.
Yeah. So most of the guys are using like 32-inch barrel guns. But 28's a really common length in junior size guns for whatever reason. And so what's that?
So split the difference, go 30.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing, actually. That's exactly it. So I've been looking now for actually what I was looking for was, and I almost had one bought. I had a Benelli, I think they call it an Ethos or something like that. It's a really high-end Benelli semi-auto Clay's gun. And what's that?
By the way, this is also why people buy shotguns with barrel sets.
That's right.
And you can have all of them.
To say that.
Yeah.
To get a barrel set for an over-under, the barrels are more than the gun.
Do they mandate over-under? Do you have to use it?
No. We can use semi-automatics. So
you wouldn't ever go side by side though, eh? There'd be no advantage to that.
I've never seen anybody shoot a side by side at a at a clays match. I just haven't seen that. I don't know why, but I've never seen it. It's all over under or semi-auto. And my son likes the semi-auto, but he likes the traditional look of the over-under. And it's very classic. They're pretty guns. He likes them. And the only difference is they're like super expensive. But I was looking to get him this Benelli because I use the Benelli quite a lot and I like them, and I knew he would like it. And what's in my background? Is there a sword? There's no sword in my background. What are you looking at? I can show you my background. Hang on. Where's my?
Probably one of the trophies.
Yeah, I think it is. Let me see. Here we go. I'll show you my background. There it is.
Look at that effeminate background now. Horrible. Oh, that was your shelf. That's your shelf they're looking at, probably with maybe the knife in the kit there.
Yeah, the pair of knives. Yeah, I just got stuff there. I don't know. I don't know if I can sweep that. It's mostly empty right now. I just did this today.
Now you're moving. You look like Viking. You got the camera moving.
Yeah.
Based out there says blame TOS. He can have guns in the background. There's nothing wrong with that. He just needs to refrain from touching them.
Yeah, dude, don't touch them, bro. Don't touch them. There's nothing to see. There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Yeah. No swords though. It is a really good CKRT knife, actually. So the whoops, wrong button. I didn't put myself back to where I'm at here. I'm gonna get all of the cameras at one point. There we go. So anyway, I got the he had the Fausti, cracked the stock, went to the Versamax, like the Versamax. It's a heavy gun, but it has a really good swing. The barrel length is reasonable. I mean, it's actually a really good gun for people that Bay Street Racer asked me, did my son win today? No, we didn't actually shoot today. We shoot tomorrow. He took a second yesterday, I think, in a team double skeet. And then the trophy back there, one of the trophies is for a second place at Barber Motorsports Park in the MX-5. And the other trophy is for a best race car in show at some car thing I did years ago. I just needed a place to stick them because I'm running out of room elsewhere.
He's lying. He went down to the local trophy shop. And he just had some trophies made.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Background.
You're right. That's exactly it. I was like, hey, what do you got for $10? And they were like, here, take these.
Yeah.
Hey, Grid One, do they all have to shoot the same gauge, or can they kind of?
No, they can shoot 20 gauge. They can shoot 20 or 28. A really popular thing right now in skeet apparently is to shoot 20 and 28 gauge.
28.
Okay.
A lot of leagues and stuff still don't allow 28, but they're starting to come around to it. It's coming back.
Is 20 the most common then?
Nah, 12.
12 is the most common.
Yeah.
Or
I don't like
12
20 gauge. 20 gauge is 28 gauge is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 12 or 28. I'm not even gonna go 20.
20 gauge is too snappy in my opinion, unless the gun's built really heavy, and it
just doesn't make a lot of sense because if you bump up and you can withstand a little more recoil, then you're running about the same velocity with a much larger payload at 12.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you bump down to 28, you typically have less recoil, faster velocity, and almost an identical payload.
Oh yeah. I got willed a couple of Benelli's side by sides. They're successive serial numbers, from what I understand. Those two things, and I've never had the chance. They're 20s though, eh? And tried them out on grouse. We hunt chickens a little bit, but never on clays. So it'd be interesting. Do you guys must have special loads for clays?
Clays are easier. They don't change direction.
That's true. It's an interesting thing with 20 and 12 gauge. So if you're shooting 20 gauge, you're still running an ounce and an eighth of shot or an ounce of shot, and you're still doing 2 3/4 dram equivalent, right? So it's the same velocity, the same speed, the same payload. It's just a tinier shell. And it's just and because it's a smaller bore and everything, which in general means you're going to get more felt recoil out of it. I never understood why people thought they were less recoil. I've never found that to be true. I've always found that a 20 gauge was always snappier, and I didn't like it as much. So, but the 12 gauge is a nice push. It's not really.
And the right shotgun, 12 is fine. I literally
I love 12.
Back in the day, I literally had 8-year-old little girls crushing plays with 12 gauges. So
yeah, my son was tiny at 10, and I mean the gun was almost as big as he was.
Well, let me back up. I didn't have 10-year-old little girls. Didn't have any 8s. 10 was the youngest we had that graduated the shotgun program.
I think that's so important because big time recoil can sure make a fun day. Take the fun out of it after a while, eh?
Yeah.
Usually, I mean, for me, and I don't know. I mean, when you're talking about a small kid or something like that, maybe. But for me, I typically don't feel the recoil until much later. So I'll go out and I'll rip off rounds on 50 BMGs. I'll rip off rounds on 300 Win Mags, 12 gauge all day long, whatever. And I'm cool until I get home. I start to relax. I guess the muscles start to relax a little bit in my shoulders. And then I take a shower and things like that. And when I start to go to bed, it's like, oh, I start feeling it. And when I wake up the next morning, I really feel it. But it works out. It's one of them things. Be interesting. You've shot a lot, Grid, and obviously your son has. You get used to recoil, right? If you're
I don't even notice it anymore.
Yeah, if you're constantly shooting, that's the thing. If you don't shoot very much, that's one thing. But if you shoot a lot, and I shoot just damn near every single day, it's not a big thing. It's kind of like lifting weights or something.
You get used to it, eh?
Yeah.
The biggest problem I ever had with recoil was when I was sighting a heavy rifle in from the bench. And trying to really be controlled trigger squeeze and almost have it take you by surprise, and you're using big heavy loads. By the end of that, I was usually pretty sore.
Yeah.
So I have a great story about that. So I was at a public range, 100-yard range one day, and I had my 300 short mag, and I was testing some loads, and I don't think anything about running the gun pretty hard. I know it has a finite barrel life. I plan on putting a new barrel on it. It's not, it's just built into it's just, we're going to do business that way. Right. And so I was sitting there and there's a guy next to me. So I'm shooting which I had it up here for a while. I actually moved that gun out. I've got other stuff that's going to come in. I was shooting a 300 short mag in the FNTSR. Now that's a 10.5 pound gun, might be 11 pounds. It's not heavy. It's not light either. So recoil control is not bad. It's like a 30-06 really.
Shooting a suppressor, brake, anything?
No, it's a plain barrel at that point.
Oh, really? Just target crown. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, just target crown. Yeah. And so I had and I'm shooting a 208 grain boat tail hollow point match at 3,000 feet per second, which is hot. I mean, that's a hot round.
Yeah, it's a thumper. Yeah.
And so the guy next to me is shooting like a 30-06, and he would shoot one round, then he'd have to get up and he'd rub his shoulder, and he's like, And I'm sitting here on this 300 short mag, and I'm just cranking rounds out. Like I did 60 rounds of just sitting there. I'd fire 5, I'd check, make some notes, let the barrel cool down, shoot 5, and repeat, right? And then every 15 minutes or whatever, they'd go range cold. You go down and swap out your targets. And this guy, I noticed in the time I shot 60 rounds, he shot like 10. And like he was like, and he's looking at me, and he's like, what in the world? And he's looking at this big fat thumper, 300 short mag. And he's like, what is that? I'm like, it's a 300 short mag. And he's like, oh, is it like a 308? And I'm like, yeah, kind of, not really.
Yeah. Oh, not really.
Not really. And, it was pretty interesting because you could just the amount of, obviously, I mean, a 300 short mag is basically a 300 Magnum, just way more efficient, right?
Well, he could have had shoulder issues, or there could have been
he was like really genuinely shocked that I could sit there and shoot that gun, like the way I was, and but I told him, like, look, man, a lot of it's just how you set up on the gun. Like, you can notice that I've got the bipod. He didn't have a bipod. He's shooting off a bag, which is not bad, but bipod's better. I had it on the bipod. I had the bipod loaded into my shoulder. I had, I had it cranked into my, just so that there was no slack, there's no movement. And I would just like bang, work the bolt, bang, work the bolt, bang. And that was 3 because that's all it holds because they're big fat cartridges. And then I'd roll 3 more in and repeat. And it was crazy to watch this guy's face as I was doing this because he just couldn't imagine shooting his gun that fast.
Grit one, do you run brakes on any of your guns, on any of your rifles?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've got one on my 338. Yeah, what do you think of them?
Suppressors? I love suppressors. Yeah, I think everybody ought to shoot suppressed. I think it's rude if you don't shoot suppressed.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Why you want to cause other people hearing damage? You don't know those people.
Well, what I'm thinking of is the muzzle brakes, like on a big, like my 338 has a muzzle brake to reduce recoil.
A brake. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And
I'll tell you what, I can. I run the most obnoxious brake that you've ever thought about on my competition rifles.
I've got a few of those.
You can look it up. It's the Ultradyne. Is it Ultradyne or Ultratech? Hang on, let me. Now I got to go Google. Dang it! Because
the one on my Ruger 301 mag.
You can't read it. Yeah. All right. Ultradyne, DYNE, Ultradyne. I have the Apollo Max. It is literally designed from a blank sheet of paper to give the most recoil reduction, and they gave 0 fucks about anybody around you.
Yep.
They absolutely do not care. The blast that comes out of that brake will literally knock people's guns over. On tables around. And it is crazy. And this is just a 223, and I have people come over all the time wondering what the hell I'm shooting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, and the really cool thing is that I have an unrivaled magnetic buffer system in it, and I have the JP LMOS, and I got a lot of really high speed parts in this gun. Like they're competition rifles, right? And they all look the same. They all pretty much have all the same stuff. And I run them really stupid fast. And the interesting thing is, the faster I run them, the less recoil there is, because between the buffer and the gas system working and with the muzzle brake, like the faster you pull the trigger, the less that gun moves. It's just crazy. Like if you can put an 8-inch plate out at like 25 or 30 or 40 yards or 50 yards, and you can just sit there and just, and it's just crazy how good it is. And I have Joe dropped off again. He popped off. Too much for the Canadians. But it's
So
crazy how good that is.
they're back and forth with Recoil out there with Jess, and a lot of back and forth. One thing that we always pushed was, in addition to the other disciplines in shooting sports, was archery. Why? Because archery can build up the muscle and whatnot in your shoulder, and does make you a little, not only being able to hold, a shotgun, a heavier firearm up, easier, especially if you're holding a, competition grade, real heavy 22 rifle, but the recoil helps with that recoil as well. So if you're not into archery, get into some archery. Pretty good exercise for your shoulder, assuming that you don't have, again, damage to your shoulder. If you've got some kind of a medical issue there, that's a whole other ball of wax.
Right.
But yeah, I've got a Vias. Have you ever heard of Vias brakes?
What?
VIAS or VAIS one. Vias.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, they're old school. I don't even know if they're still around anymore, but a company here in Texas that was really popular there for many years. On a Ruger 300 Win Mag, a Ruger Hawkeye 300 Win Mag. And if I go to a public range with that thing, dude, they hate me so much. It is just unbelievable, because especially if I'm under a covered awning or something, or something with tin, like a tin roof or something, in the shooting bay. Oh, it is unbelievable out to the sides. Behind it's obviously it's not bad. But I'll tell you that thing, I got it that way. But you take that thing off and it's cutting close to 50% of the recoil. I mean, it's taking.
Let me show you this
so
Apollo
much recoil.
Max. I'm going to change your life right now. So look at this. I don't know if you can see. This thing has got.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Four of those. It's this. So the rule is in 3-gun, the brake can only be 3 inches. So to get around the rule and still make everything fit, it has a collar and a sleeve that kind of puts it all together, and it works out really well. And I don't know if you can see it, but on the top there's 4 holes that you drill. You go and you shoot, and you use your high-speed function on your cell phone camera to see which way the muzzle's pushing, and then you drill out the holes to adjust the gas flow to your specific firearm.
So that's cool, but there's a company now, and I'll see them at the big trade show next week. Big, it's not that big, but at the trade show next weekend. And I can't remember for the life of me their name. Rifle Speed maybe was their name. I can't remember. But they have a series of brakes that are adjustable, much like the old Cuts compensators and stuff back in the day. For
the Armalite is
the
adjustable.
chokes for shotguns.
Yeah, the Armalite.
And they're pretty. What I've seen, I haven't laid hands on them, but I will get to next weekend. They're really. They blow the Armalite stuff out of the water though, dude. Like these are next level with the the modularity and just the control you've got.
Who is it?
I don't know. I'll have to follow up with you after next weekend.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I was going through the exhibitor list. I always do that when I go to a show. I always go through the exhibitor list and kind of get my
your bearings,
my game plan down for, okay, these are the companies that I work with. I have to stop by and say hi. These are the ones that I want to work with, that I got proposals I need to get into. So I need to get with these companies. And if I get around to it, maybe these, I kind of get a tiered list going. And in doing that, I always check out companies that I've never heard of. Right. And, Google them or whatever and check them out. And like I said, I don't remember the company, but I remember looking, and that's all they do is these brakes, and I've never seen anything like them. They're so cool.
Yeah, I have. I've spent a lot of time on different brakes, and the Apollo. And actually, the one I'm using is actually the Apollo S, not the Apollo Max. But it doesn't matter. But I've spent a
Max
lot of
being just longer, probably.
I think Max is the ones with the tunable hole. Well, I don't know what the difference is because they all look the same, but they are not the same.
Right.
It's very specific differences, and the Max has the tunable holes, and it doesn't have. So the S has the way it works is it has a kind of a rise at the top to, I don't know. It's just a different style, I guess. Easiest way to put it. And I like it. It worked great. I've tried dynamic resistance. I've tried Armalite. I've tried Titan. I've tried literally all of them, like every single one. And I have a box of brakes somewhere.
Right.
And I just
we all do.
I just like I've
got so many that I use them literally like legit. I will use them for thread protectors often.
yeah.
People will go, "What is that brake on there?" And I'm like, it's just hand tight.
I had to have something.
And it's like I just it looks cooler in the rack with that on it than it does with the thread with a nut. You know what I mean? So I'll just hand tie it and use the extras I got and just use them for thread protectors just because it looks cooler that way.
The interesting thing is that I've tried the JP, I've tried the Mikulek, I've tried the dynamic resistance, I've tried all of the brakes. And the only two that really stood out were the Ultradyne. And Tim Yackley gave me that little hint. He's like, hey, not a lot of people know about this company, but it's legit stuff. And they come out of precision. They're more of a precision rifle, PRS style company. And I don't know how they started. I guess they just made a bunch of brakes for people for the small bore stuff. And then they just migrated over to the multi-gun stuff. And but
small bore meaning like what's your definition on
223 556?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not 22, but
intermediate cartridge. Small bore.
Intermediate cartridge. Yeah. And so I think
I've never heard of anybody talking about a muzzle brake. That's why on a rimfire it's compensated, yes, but not muzzle brakes.
Yeah, so I really got into the science and all of the tuning of it and all of it, man, all of it. And then I got into the buffer system, and I mean I can straight tune an AR like.
Well, I told you about the one 300 blackout SBR I've got that I can load 265 grain subs and cycle those. Now, this is with a gas block adjustment, but can cycle those literally at 650 feet a second.
Yeah, it's nuts. That's
I can tune into it, and you talk about quiet at 650 feet a second.
Yeah.
Like suppressed, it's super, like it's movie quiet. Yeah,
mouse part.
Yeah,
so I'm on the other side of that spectrum, right? Like I'm pushing. I won't give you any exact information because the liability, but I load my 77. Well, I use a 73 grain ELD for my long range ammo most of the time, or a 75 grain boat tail hollow point match. And I use a couple of different powders, and on both of them, I'm over max.
What brands are you running on the boat tail match?
Bullet or the
projectile?
Oh, I run Hornady, 73 grain ELDMs or 75 grain boat tail hollow point match.
Okay, but Hornady projectile.
I'm a Hornady guy. I tried Spear and they work great.
Yeah.
I tried. I love Sierras.
Oh, Match Kings were the shit for so long, and it's just like other companies have caught up. They really have.
Yeah, and I like the TMKs. The problem with the TMK is they're actually pretty hard to get in any regularity right now. So I don't know. And the ELDM my it's a game.
Mhm.
What I do is a game, and so it's like a golf club, right?
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah,
And so
any type of sporting gear
yeah,
or equipment, sporting equipment.
my ELDM, my 73 grain ELDM is the exact same trajectory as the 55 grain hot rod ammo that I shoot.
Mhm.
And so if I dial for a target, if I dial for a 400-yard target, I'm going to hit it. Even
Yeah.
if I only load like if I, and I do this all the time because I like to push the envelope. And I'll have 4 targets, I'll load 8 rounds of long range ammo. And then the rest will be all 55 grain hoser stuff.
Yeah.
And then and then I just don't worry if I shoot more. If I take a couple of makeups or whatever, I don't really care because I know that the trajectory is the same. I have to adjust for wind, right?
Mhm.
Because
Sure.
55 grain is just not going to
Not
do
gonna
as well.
buck. Yeah. It's not gonna buck it.
Yeah, it's just not going to be the same. Um, but I mean, it's a game. It's golf, right? Like, and I have guys that like they shoot their 55 grain. They've tuned their gun for like 69 grain SMKs or TMKs, or they'll run like 75 grain Bowtail Hollow Point match, and they'll run like a really ridiculously slow speed on the big bullets
Uh-huh.
or the heavy bullets, and there's like such a difference. There's like a 2 or 3 inch difference at 100 yards between
Right.
their precision versus their
Yeah.
hose
Now,
ammo.
longer range, the capability to buck wind is probably a little bit greater.
Yeah.
But,
The speed isn't well. I mean, I don't believe that they're in an accuracy node. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I got
well,
my own.
typically a slower, heavier bucks the wind
Yeah,
more. But I mean, it's going to be. We're talking negligible. Let's
yeah.
be honest.
But I'm talking. So I find that I have found that the 75 grain Bowtail Hollow Point match, the faster I push it, the better it is.
Yeah,
Like
that's
it
interesting.
just doesn't like to be. It just doesn't really like to be slow.
You're running a 1 in 7 twist.
1 in 8.
Really?
Yeah, everything I have is 1 in 8.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah,
Hmm.
and I'm running so and like I let my son use my rifle for the long range stage this weekend. I took a stage win on the long range stage, even with 3 makeup shots,
Yeah.
and I loaded it. I mean, tell you how ballsy I am. I loaded a 10-round mag to shoot 7 targets on the long range stage. I was like, fuck it. It's either going to work or I'm going to burn.
Yeah.
One of the two. I had 2 rounds left.
Yeah.
And they had so I ran up and I took the first position. I wasn't stable. But I was on the target really fast.
Mhm.
And so I shot, I think I took 2 shots at it, and both were high, and I settled down, and because there was no wind. When I put my ballistic calculation in, I had about 10 miles an hour into my face, and when it was time to shoot, the wind had died. So I was shooting a little bit high, shooting over, and then I dropped down, bang, hit. Second target, 434 yards, bang, hit. Third target at 240, bang, missed over top, corrected, bang, hit, and I dialed. So it was 2.3 mils for the long targets. So I went from 2.3 down to back to 0, and I just like bang, hit, bang, hit, bang, hit, and I was out.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. The so I had for that stage, the next closest person to me was 3 seconds slower than I was.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm not fast, but it's just, I didn't, well, first of all, I slayed the pistol. Like, I mean, it was just like rap. And, just my pistol was on, and I'm going to tell you, I did that 50-second run. I dropped my first pistol mag because you have to start with an unloaded pistol.
Yeah.
And so I pulled and I slammed the mag in. I don't know what I did. I just didn't, I like half weighted or something. I didn't get the mag fully seated. So as soon as I rotated, the mag came out. And so I don't even like try to pick it up or anything. I just grab another mag and slam it in, rack it,
Right.
and I'm back to work. And it's I think you're like 7 or 8 targets, paper, and then you had to drop the mag and shoot a piece of steel. And I'm like, I ran that thing, shot it clean, and then you had to run. It was like a 25 or 30 yard little sprint, just nothing big, just get your heart rate up a little bit to an unloaded rifle. And then you had to move about another 6 yards to the shooting position and load up on the run. So I just came in, I had that 10-round mag in and just popped it right in and bang, bang, bang. We went to work. And it was easy. Really, I let my son do it, and he shot both of the long range targets probably better than I did. I don't think he had nearly the makeups that I had. But his pistol works. He was like really slow and just like purposeful with where I'm like, brap. He's like, ding, 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 ding. I was like, what are you doing? Like, get out of here. It's taking too long. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And, but he got his hits. He shot it clean. But he shot it in one, I think 163 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah. So I shot it in 50. And the next closest guy to me is like they're pro shooters. Like I'm not in their league usually, but it's long range, man. Long range is cool. And my rifle doesn't like I can call my hits because the rifle doesn't move. And I'm actually using on that rifle, I'm using a cheap, well, not the cheapest, but a very inexpensive optic. It's the Athlon Aries.
Athlon. The Athlon's good stuff for the money, man.
Yeah. I have a friend of mine that worked there, Kevin. I'm not gonna say his last name, but
yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Kevin works over there, or he worked over there at the time before he went to Phoenix Trinity, and they were bringing them in. They were like, "Hey, does anybody want to test these? And we'll sell them to you for like $600 or $700 or something." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Why would I not?" Like, even if it's a piece of crap, I mean, it's still like, why would I not do that?
Right.
And so I picked I picked it up. It was a little bit more when it came in than what they had anticipated being, and it took a long time for it to come in. But once I got it, it's a first focal plane. It tracks right.
Huh.
A lot of guys that run the tactical type scopes, once they get it set, they never touch it again.
Yeah.
But I'm on the other end of that spectrum, dude. I take every single scope. The first thing I do is I get it mounted. I tighten everything up and make sure everything's torqued right. And I take it out to the range and I do a box test like right then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just tracking clicks. Like, I don't even care where it hits as long as it forms a box. When I get done. And so and if it doesn't pass the box test, I send it back. I don't even fool with it. Like, it's junk. I can't have it.
Yeah.
And so I do a box test and it passed. It was within reasonable repeatability. And I dial on the clock, man. And like, nobody does that in very few people do it in 3-gun, but it's so much faster than missing.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire reason I set the stage one, the reason I got stage win is because I was already dialed in for the longest, hardest targets. So I just came up, engaged, got my hits. As I'm transitioning back to the close targets, I just reach up and smack it back to the 0 stop. I'm done. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm back to work.
Yeah.
And just hold, and I never have to try and go. And which hash mark am I holding on for this? This seems weird or whatever. But I really like that. I think that I think more people should do similar sorts of things. I think more people should learn how to do their operate their stuff, and unfortunately, most people don't.
Man, I can't tell you the number of times when I go into the LGS. Anytime I go in there, you know, I'm always subject to kind of help out. You know,
Sure.
send me sort of work through there, just for all they do for me, and
Yeah,
pay
absolutely,
back
man.
more than anything. And more often than not, there are scope installs that are stacked up, like, and it's like, oh my god, like,
Really
I
interesting.
mean, that's great because it's making money for the LGS, but at the same time, it's like, how can somebody not know how to mount a scope or mess with it? And I get
Why
it,
would
I
you
guess,
let
if you
somebody else do that?
like, if you, well, I mean, and you're not going to be able to get it perfect because everybody is going their form and all with their rifle is going to be different, right? And so,
Yeah.
you know, the best you can do is, you know, get it pretty well close for you, and then once they come in, adjust for their eye relief,
Yeah.
and then tell them they may have to, you know, dial it a little more. I'm going to ask the folks out there in the chat. I'm just curious, kind of a palate cleanser, and to get them involved. Since we were talking about ammunition earlier, if you've got a favorite brand of ammunition, throw it out there in the chat. Let us know what that is. I'm
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah, I am too, actually.
What I was going to tell
I don't.
you earlier is you know, Hornady, I use it a lot, except for bulk, you know, cheap bulk, right?
Mhm.
For that, I use berries and
Mhm.
Rocky Mountain, and there's another one that I can't think of, Extreme. And then, of course, you've got Missouri Bullet for the lead, and then I also cast my own lead too.
Of course you do. Why
On
wouldn't you?
occasion. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah. But outside of that, which is the cheap, you know, range toy side of things,
Mhm.
for the most part, it's mostly Hornady with I'm looking in my projectile cabinet now, and it's mostly red boxes in there. Now for rifle, I lean Nosler for some reason.
No, you're one of those guys.
Yeah, I lean Nosler. So
I tried Nosler, and I actually they're flat
well,
based.
I mean, everybody's going to be different depending on the
Yeah.
you know the equipment
like
they got and whatever. You know what I mean? So
I have a load for their flat based tipped varmint bullet. I believe it's a 55 grain.
mhm.
I have a load for it that's just ridiculous out to about 300 yards, and then that flat base starts doing weird shit.
Yeah.
But you know, but for a flat base bullet, if all you're trying to do is just like put a whooping on coyotes,
Yeah.
I got you, bro. And
It'll
that
do
and that Nosler does a great job. It holds together. I mean, they've got some stuff going on with the way that they form the bullets and all that works out pretty good. So I use almost exclusively Hornady rifle projectiles. Now I use some Spear for my favorite 300 black load is 125 grain Spear TNT over.
Yeah. I may have to try that. I have. I've got a lot of 300 blackout. I loaded, obviously, everything
Yeah.
from 90 grain pretty much up to
Mhm.
265. And I have never once loaded any Spear projectiles for 300 blackout.
Yeah.
So
If you can
I may have
find them,
to
they're
pick
really
up
good.
some. Yeah.
I load that over Lil Gun, maybe. I forget which powder. I'd have to go look at it. I have to go look.
Little Gun is one of them. 300 blackout. There's not very many powders that you really want to use. There's about 4, and that's about it. The Little Gun's one of them. Yeah.
I think it's Lil Gun.
Winchester 231, if I'm correct. And
I have some of that, but I don't think that's it. And but anyway, I can look. And I loaded over that, and I load it, and I think it's like a 2,200 feet per second or something like that. It's not. You just can't get enough powder in it to really get it cooking.
Yeah.
But it has basically, it's a 30-30 at that point, equivalent, maybe a little bit better, but with better ballistics.
Oh yeah.
And it will just hammer deer, man.
Yeah.
There's something about that varminty, thin tipped but solid base TNT bullet that just puts deer on the ground, like right now. And it's a great deer round. And I use I use spear for that, and then I've got some I use the Hornady. I still have a couple of hundred left. I use the Hornady 208 grain boat tail hollow point match for the they quit that. I think they've discontinued that bullet in favor of the ELDs, which is unfortunate, but
because that was a very popular one for a lot of folks trying to run 300 blackout subs.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I didn't know
especially back in the early days. The 208 the 208 Hornady stuff and the 220 Sierra stuff was now. I had way more luck out of the 220 Sierra stuff, and I don't know what honestly folks are running nowadays, but those were the two.
That's very interesting. I use and let's see what else I use. So, but yeah, for rifle, and I use berries for some blaster, but Hornady is, their 55 grain bulk is, I can buy those, I buy those in like 5,000.
Oh yeah. You buy that big,
and they're close enough to berries by that point.
Yeah.
I just don't go out of my way. Now, if I'm in, if I'm in Sportsman's Warehouse or Academy somewhere like that, and they have a 5,000 lot of berries sitting there, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, and especially if they go on sale.
Yeah, if they're on sale or something. Yeah, I can't not take advantage of it, right? And then and that's kind of, I mean, honestly, man, that's kind of, and I've tried Lapua, the Sonar. That's a great bullet, kind of expensive, but it's a great bullet. I've tried the Swift Scirocco, great bullet, especially in 223, 5.56. It's a great high accuracy bullet, hard to find and expensive. Just expensive. But they're great bullets and very consistent. And then I tried, obviously I've tried all of I've tried the RFK, RFX, whatever the nozzler is. I like those. If I could get more of them, I would probably, I would consider using them more, but unfortunately the supply just hasn't been there. Right. And then the other one that I have, is I am using the Burger.
Oh yeah.
75 or 73. I'd have to go look. I'm using those, and those are the VLD. I think they're VLDs or VLD Max. They're pretty solid.
Yeah, they're pretty legit. I've got some of those. Also got some Barnes stuff.
Barnes, okay. I never had any luck with Barnes.
But
I know the people that make Barnes bullets, and I've asked them what the secret is, and they're just like, you just have to work your load up.
Yeah. And I've got Hornady, and I've got Sierra. I mean, but the vast majority of what I got is nozzle in rifle.
Yeah. And when we go to pistol, I only use Precision Delta 124 grain jacketed hollow points.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of other stuff. I have some 45. I have some defensive 9mm Hornady, not TSX. There's a HPT. I don't know. It's some Hornady cool guy.
Right.
Defensive ammo bullet that they make. I have some of those. I've got what else I got? I don't really have a lot. I mean, I load mostly 9. Oh, I've got some Montana. I still have some Montana Gold 38 Super, which are 356 sized bullets, and I have I probably still have some berries laying around somewhere. I don't know, but mostly it's all the Precision Delta, man. It's all about, and I quit using anything else really because I can buy the precision deltas in 2,000 or 3,000 lots and get them down to where they're like, it's like $10 difference from berries to precision delta.
Right.
And a jacketed hollow point is always going to be more consistent and more accurate than a plated bullet. And
yeah,
and honestly, just the accuracy snob in me won out. I was like, I have to do it. Now I use a weird powder for my 9mm. My 9mm is almost all loaded with the Alliant E3, which is a shotgun powder.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Tight Group, but it's clean. It's very clean. And
a lot of shotgun powders cross over, but yeah, that's the problem, is they tend to be dirty.
Yeah. Tight Group is nice, but it's so fucking dirty, man. It's like,
oh, Universal's even worse though.
Yeah, Universal's bad. I haven't used any of the clays. I haven't used Universal clays, or
any of the dot, red dot, blue dot, green dot, all pretty.
Yeah, I haven't used any of those powders. The E3, first of all, it meters really well. The other problem I had with Tight Group is it doesn't meter very well.
Yeah.
And it wasn't anywhere it was down, but Tight Group's one of those that if you can overcharge a case and blow
what are you throwing? What are you throwing with? How are you throwing powder?
So I used to use the Lee Auto Drum.
Ugh, okay.
I tried every single powder measure on the planet, and the only one that was consistent over 100 or 200 rounds was the Auto Drum. Every other one of them sucked.
My rating's pretty solid. I couldn't tell you what.
Everybody.
I couldn't tell you what model, but it's a very specific model. I can't tell you that.
Yeah, I know that there are some out there that are pretty legit.
Yeah,
but the thing is that I don't think it really matters if you're doing mostly rifle stuff, because you can be off a little bit. But
well, it's going to depend on the powder too. What drives me insane is my Dillon press. Of course, it's got the powder.
Oh, don't get me started on that,
if I use a very fine ball powder in that, like I finally figured it out and got the problem fixed. But I worked with Dillon for probably 6 months, sending things back and forth and measuring for them to custom make the powder bars to where it would actually fit properly and hopefully wouldn't like leak and stuff. But I tell you, ultimately the fix I landed on and finally told them, they're like, well, nobody else is really complaining. And I'm like, well, maybe nobody else is using quite as fine of a powder as I'm using in there too, And I will put just a little powder in there and I'll work the powder bar, and I will take the powder bar out and continue to add Scotch tape one level at a time and you got to use an X-Acto knife obviously and trim the hole. You can't tape over the hole,
right, yeah.
But then I'll do that and just add a layer of Scotch tape when I use a new powder bar, get a new powder bar. Once I get them, they typically don't wear out. I don't know that I've ever replaced the tape on any of them, but yeah, it's just that much, right? You know what I mean? Just a couple of layers of Scotch tape is enough for that powder to bleed, and it sucks.
Has your primer tube exploded yet?
No, I have not had that issue. No.
Okay. So I had one of the it wasn't the first.
Now, what you got a 650 though?
I did.
Yeah, see, I've got a 550. I didn't go. I went with manual advance. Yeah, I didn't go 650, and it's quick enough for me.
Yeah, I had a 650. I had one of the first couple of batches. I mean, it wasn't, there were probably 200 or 300 of them out when I got mine.
That was a long time ago then. Oh my God.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I had been using all Lee stuff, and I had never had a problem with any of it. Like, it all worked. It all, I never had any problem. I had to clean it. That's just normal stuff, right? But I drank the blue Kool-Aid, absolutely just tipped the whole glass up.
Yeah.
Convinced myself that at the time this press, it was $700, which was a lot of damn money for me at that point, was going to say, it was going to turn my life around and I could shoot more. And it was a great press, except that some of the pieces are plastic. And what would happen is that over time, the pieces would wear, and some of them would wear quite badly, and then they would get slopped to them, and the primer would catch, and occasionally it would catch in such a way that it would set the primer off. And the way the primer tube was there, it would literally set off half a primer tube of primers. And the first time it happened wasn't that big a deal. The second time it happened, I kid you not, I was digging pieces of primer tube out of the drop ceiling tiles.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was crazy, and I was like, you know what? And I will say, Dylan will send you whatever you want for free.
Service is impeccable, man.
You can say whatever you want about the presses, but and they know which parts wear out. So if you call up and you say, hey, my powder, my primer tube,
call them before it wears out and replace it. Yeah.
If you call them up and say, hey, my primer tube is getting, my primer tube assembly is getting worn out, and I know it's going to go soon, they'll be like, oh yeah, here you go. We know exactly what parts you need.
Mm-hmm. I had a buddy that unfortunately had a house fire in Major. I mean, it burnt flat to the ground, and he had a big old safe, and they couldn't get the safe open. And of course, you know what happens when it's heat and water.
Yeah, it warps it, right?
And for like days, and I mean, his guns were in there were absolutely ruined, even though they were in a safe. But anyway, he had a Dillon 650. It was decked out. I don't know what. No, he didn't. He had a 1050.
1050 is a beast.
That was pretty decked out. And I mean, it was just a glob of goo almost, except for metal. And he calls Dylan, and they're like, put it in a box, send it to us. And he sent it it was seized up and everything. He sent it to them, and they called him, and they're like, they're like, do us a favor. And they said, get us a list of everything that was on the press, everything that you lost in the fire. Like, okay. So he made a list, and they said receipts if you have them, of course, and he did. So he sent all that to him. A couple days went by, they got back with him, and they were like, well, yeah, so here's the deal we're willing to cut. He's like, okay. They said, there's nothing we can do about this. Like it's like, even if we it's like, even if we tried to refurb it, it'd be more time than we want to spend. So I'll tell you what, if you're willing to spend $100, we will just replace everything that we've got on this list that you lost. And he gave him a credit card number over the phone, and about a week later, this big huge box showed up, and they literally replaced every single thing for $100 that he lost. Yeah. It was amazing. And I've had that kind of stuff. I've had little things break or go bad, or had some kind of quirky little issue. And of course, Brian Enos, we talked about him. He's huge part of the founding of Dillon, and the Dillon folks, Mike Dillon and all them. Of course, Mike's no longer with us, but he's a really good source for your Dillon stuff. But other than having to scotch tape that, I've had no issues with my Dillon 550. No,
I had so many issues
But again, I've got the 550, so it's
I had so many issues with my 650 that, and everything was so expensive. I was like, you know what, this sucks. I'm not doing this anymore. I got rid of it.
Tell you what I did, and again, shout out to Brian Enos, because BrianEnos.com is where I found in documentation to do the homework. But when I bought mine, at the time, I think I was loading for about 30 or close to 30 different cartridges.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted the ability to load for every single thing on this Dylan. Now it'll take normal dies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't worried about that. I already had the dies. I wasn't going to buy Dylan dies. Um, that being said, I needed tool heads. I needed, um, and then I needed, caliber conversion kits, right?
Yeah.
Which is a shell plate, a powder drop funnel, and indexing pins.
Yeah.
Well, instead of buying 30 different caliber conversion kits, if you go to bryanenos.com, and this will save you a lot of money, a lot of those parts will cross over.
Yeah.
So, for example, and this is not fact or true, I'm just giving you an example because off the top of my head, I don't know what crosses over. But if you buy, let's say you load for 9mm and you load for uh, 7.62 Nagant and you load for 357 SIG. So the shell holder for 9mm may also work for Nagant. And then, so that means you don't have to buy the shell holder for the Nagant. And then the indexing pins for the 357 SIG may work for the Nagant. And then maybe the powder drop for the 357 works for the Nagant. And so once you figure all that out, and Brian Enos has all that in a spreadsheet, which is really cool. And you can figure it out and go, okay, if I buy these 15 caliber conversion kits, I've got all the parts I need for 30 different conversions, which is really cool. So,
So I do it a little different. So after I got rid of the Dylan, so originally I started out with a Lee Challenger O press.
oh yeah, a lot of people do.
$100 deal.
Been
Came
there.
with most of the stuff you needed.
Yeah, the kit
Started
right.
single stage. And I started cranking out ammo, and I could do rifle and pistol and all that.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got out of it. It was cheaper to buy ammo than to sit down and load it, so I didn't reload for a while. And then I got back into shooting. I was shooting pretty heavy.
Yeah.
I bought the Dylan. The Dylan sucked, so I sold it, and I bought I bought a used Pacific press, which is now owned by Hornady, and that was another single stage press. And I bought a Lee. I bought that press to do rifle, and I bought a Lee Classic turret to
beautiful.
do pistol.
Yep, I'm looking at mine across the shop right now.
I love it. It's a great press. And so
mine's old.
Mine was really old too. I bought a lot of stuff secondhand. Like I was, there were guys that would get into it and just.
And mine's got the upgrade, a lot of the upgrades to it. The upgrade handle and heads,
roller
and a
handle.
lot of things that happened. Yeah, that's happened over the years. Yeah, but yeah, that's the one I recommend. I started out like you're talking about with the kit, the kind of the all-in-one kit.
Mm-hmm.
And quickly realized that kits are not really the way to go, because if you think you're pretty serious about reloading and you're going to stick with it, kits are not the way to go. Just go ahead and bite the bullet and build your equipment list out and get good stuff from the start, because most of that stuff in the kit's not going to last. It's rudimentary. You're going to have issues out of it, whereas with the better stuff, you're not. But as far as a first press, the Lee Classic turret is hands down, my opinion, the way to go. Hands down. I still use that. That's the second press. So I got the kit, and within a year probably I had the turret, and it's been over there ever since. And I've had rock chuckers. I've had all kinds of presses over the years.
I've tried other presses,
but that turret gets used to this day, all the time, for just R&D load development. Just so much. If I need to load
10 or 20,
we're gonna go out and shoot some pigs in the face. I need 50 rounds of this. I'll do it over there. I won't tool up to Dylan for 50 rounds. I'm not gonna do that. I'll knock it out over there real quick. Great presses.
I then bought and then I started doing a high volume pistol. So I bought a Lee Pro 1000 and I got it to work, but it wasn't great. It only had 3 or 4 stations. And I was like, this kind of sucks. I mean, it's kind of cool because I can crank out a lot of ammo, but it kind of sucks because
they suck. You spend so much time tinkering with them, right? Like, I constantly, mine that I've had, and I've had a couple, and I had the conversions for them and everything else, but you spend so much time tinkering with them. Like, oh man, the chain, I gotta fix this, I gotta do this, I gotta twist this, I gotta tighten that, I gotta just all the time. Oh, a primer.
I would have had trouble if I primed on the press. I don't prime. I generally do not prime on the press.
Yeah, I've got to where I don't really either, and that's one of the perks of the turret. Is it don't make a shit. You can just pull the priming thing out and it doesn't matter. But I will usually brass prep. I usually completely clean, trim, and prime and boxer bag, and then when I go to load, it's literally throw powder in, put a projectile, I'm done.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're very much liking that. So I bought a Pro 1000 after that. And this was an a purchase of opportunity because there was a guy in the local gun club that he had stepped up to a Dillon, and this guy was like the most ridiculous human on the planet. He had boxes of spare parts. He had there's a guy in Texas that does a lot of modifications for the Pro 1000, and he had bought all of them, and I think I paid him like $400 for the whole thing, for all of it. And he had multiple shell plates. He had multiple turrets. He had, just everything. He had everything. And I'm like, well, this will make a good interim press. And if I don't like it, I can always go back to a Dillon, or I was looking at the Hornady AP. But the AP was out of stock all the time. Couldn't buy one, and when you did, you could buy the press, but you couldn't get the bullet feeder. You could, if you found the bullet feeder, they didn't have any presses. So it was
right.
And there was just that period of time back in this was probably 2008, 2009. That I was like, this sucks. I don't like this. I'm not having any fun at this. So somewhere along in there, I really get that Pro 1000 to where to work, and I don't ever have to do anything but clean it every once in a while, and it just spits out ammo. Now I don't prime on the press, right? Like, because I would just I do a wet prime. A wet clean, and then I do a dry. I dry vibrate, dry tumble.
Yeah,
and then I do a for pistol, I don't
do stainless wet. You go wet with stainless pins or BB.
Yeah, I do. I use stainless pins in my wet tumble. Although I've heard that I don't have to do that. That if I use the like the Lemmy Shine or some other soap, that just the wet tumble itself cleans it up really good.
It does pretty good, but getting down in there.
The primer pocket's always my concern. So,
well, getting down in the case and getting residue out a lot of times, and you need pins or some type of BB or something, and you can get little stainless BBs too for it. I run typically a combat. I don't know the length of the rods or the whatever, but I'll use a combination of rods and BBs with mine, and not just a whole lot. But here's my thing with I primarily want that for long-term storage ammo, because occasionally I will do a run of something like 357 or 38 special, and it may sit for a year before I shoot it.
Yeah, easily.
And so or I shoot it all anyway, and so I'm of the mind I don't want any residue. I want them squeaky, spotless, freaking clean, because I don't want some type of, if there's the slightest little bit in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is there going to be contamination over time, right? And I don't want that. So, but I will usually just dry mine on a towel out in the sun, or I've got a big dehydrator. That's got
Yeah.
it's probably got 12 layers on it or something.
Sure.
I'll throw them in that dehydrator to dry. But I've got a homemade. I was wet tumbling before wet tumbling, long before it was cool. I've got a frame welded up with a motor on it and a couple of rollers with a couple of pulleys and some belts
Yeah.
and some 8-inch. What are they? 14-inch long, 8-inch, I think, PVC. Two
Tubes.
drums. Two drums. Yeah, two drums
Mhm.
built out of that. And I could roll both those drums at one time, and I can do like thousands of 9mm at one time with those.
That's where it's at. That's
It's
what's up.
insane.
Yeah. So,
But yeah.
so I did the wet tumble and dry tumble, and I did the wet tumble to get the residue and get them clean. I did the dry tumble to get them shiny and slick.
Yeah.
Well, and
see,
so
mine come out that way, so I don't
yeah,
get it.
I've been using. I can sometimes they come out slick with the wet tumble, but a lot of times I'll get like, because I have hard water here. A lot of times I'll get some oxidation or some nonsense, and I just don't like it. And it doesn't hurt anything; it just doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So I do the tumble, and it's just always been my process anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
And then
whatever works.
and then for pistol ammo, it just goes right on the press, and I'll sit there and go through I have plastic tubs, and I just go through and prime them all,
Mhm.
and then and then I'd run them all through the press, and I would use and I just ran that Lee Pro 1000, man. It just worked perfect and gave me such great ammo and everything.
Yeah.
And the only problem I ever had out of it is I was using a Lee Auto Drum powder measure,
Mhm.
but I was using an RCBS, the bullet feed die, the bullet feed die.
Yeah.
And I was using I had the case feeders and all that stuff, and it was pretty automatic. It was pretty good setup, really. And the biggest thing that I had that that kind of gave me trouble was the between the bullet feeder die, and I only used and I used like a bunch of different dies. I actually was using mostly Lee dies there for a while because I tried the RCBS and I always had trouble out of the ammo. It's like there's something weird about the way that they needed to be set up, and I couldn't get them right. And just for pistol, I was like, yeah, this is dumb. Why am I going through all this trouble for pistol? I'll just use the Lee dies.
Yep.
And I did.
Yeah.
And
For general purpose, or especially odd, obscure caliber, yeah, just go with Lee.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that.
well, there was a thing a couple of years ago. Now, actually, it's probably been 5 years now, where a guy was doing a concentricity gauge test on Hornaday, Lee, RCBS, and a couple of other common dies, like maybe Lyman.
Lyman, Redding, Forster. Yeah, there's several.
Yeah, just common stuff, stuff you buy, not like Whitten or,
yeah, right.
But just common stuff. And the Lee had the least amount of neck run out. Like they were like really good. And I had actually read, I don't know this to be true. I read this and a buddy of mine kind of confirmed it, but I don't know it to be true, was that the Hornaday dies are made by Lee, but the steel heat treat is different and the Hornaday dies will wear out. I did have, he told me that because I had a set of Hornaday dies that wore out, and I'm like, this is weird. Why is this? I've never had a set of dies like wear out. And he's like, no, it's a thing with Hornaday dies. I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like, well, they're technically made by Lee. And I was like, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then last year, I just got a wild hair up my ass, and they Mid-South sent me a flyer to buy the Frankfurt Armory X1 for like $900 for the whole kit, like everything. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This is crazy. Like, why is this so cheap? Like, this doesn't make sense. It was a shell plate, the bullet or the case feeder, the power case feeder, the light kit, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what's the catch? Right? Like a Dylan is $1,000 by itself, and then you have to buy all of this other
All the stuff, yeah.
you know, like it doesn't come with a light kit.
No, you're gonna spend twice that much by the time you, yeah.
And I'm like, what's the catch? And I had watched all the videos, and I had played with it at SHOT, and then you know it never did materialize. It was like the great unknown. Like everybody kept promising this thing existed, and you never saw one. It's like Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
And finally, here's an opportunity to buy one for like a really reasonable price. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. I bought it, and it's a truly great press, especially the way that they've approached doing the primer forming, primer pocket forming for the military crimps, the crimping and all that. Or swaging, the swaging station, and the way they're doing the priming system, it's the best priming system I've ever used on any press, regardless.
Yeah.
Period. And so I've started using it. I have it pretty well dialed for 9. I had it pretty well dialed for 9mm, and then I bought the bullet feeder. So now I have to go back.
Yeah,
and
right.
Set it all back up again, because now I'm going to add the bullet feeder to it.
Right.
And I just haven't taken the time to do it. But it's and so that's the press that I use. I really wanted to continue to be a blue Kool-Aid guy. I just couldn't.
Yeah.
And Dylan kind of ruined my life. I have to be honest with you. Dylan kind of ruined my life. Because back in what year was it? It's probably 91, 92. I was a young college kid, and I shot it wasn't even really USPSA then. It was like action pistol shooting or something like that. And you could do pretty well with just a 45 caliber 1911 with a trigger job and reasonable sights. So I built one of those, and I did okay. And everybody kind of did the same, because nobody could really afford, to spend, 1,000 rounds a week in practice. Right. So it's like, everybody's kind of on the same level. And then two things happened to change my life forever, and as far as competition shooting. And number one was the aim point. Because up until that point, there had been no red dots on pistols. So you had to know how to shoot iron sights, and iron sights were like the equalizer amongst men, to be honest with you, because even though I may not be as fast as most of them, I had really good eyes at the time, and I was really good with iron sights. And so I could get a higher score and stay alive, even though I wasn't particularly fast. And I didn't have all the cool stuff they had. The red dot took that away. And the interesting thing is that there wasn't an open division at that point. It was just a sighting system. Right. And so they, all of a sudden everybody had, anybody with money had one, and everybody without money was, arguing for 10th place. Right. Mm-hmm. So that sucked. And then the other thing that happened that really made my life terrible was Dylan launched the 550 as the square deal. Yeah. They had the square deal B, and then they had the 550 square deal. Mm-hmm. The square deal meant that a guy could legitimately load 1,000 rounds in a couple hours.
Oh, I can get my 550. I can get Mine's a 550B, but I can get easily handgun cartridges anyway. Easily 500 to 600 an hour. Yeah, easily.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Couple hours, a couple hours sitting there, a guy can get
1,000 in 2 hours, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah. And that meant that, you know, all of us, we were all about the same, right? Because everybody had basically single stage presses. There were a couple of progressive presses out, but they were very expensive and they were really finicky and nobody trusted them and all that. And then Dylan fucked us all, every single one of us, because now a guy could go spend some money and load very fast, and he could practice. He could do 1,000 rounds a week. Right.
Yep. Yeah.
And I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I could not load. I mean, I would do 200, 300 rounds a session loading, but it took basically all week to get to that session, because you'd have to clean the brass, dry the brass, you know, prime it, you know, and you know, if you had a job like I did, you know, you couldn't do all that in one day. So, I mean, it was just, Dylan fucked me, man. Like, and I was like, okay, I give up on action. I give up on competitive shooting for now, because I can't keep up. And, you know, so those two things, and I think people kind of gloss over that period of time for how bad it was for the average human.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So and those two things happened almost at the same time. I mean, there's probably some timeline, but it definitely hurt my feelings. And you know,
well, I've had my eye on 2 presses for a while now, and I don't
Mark 7.
No, actually, no, nothing that fancy. Lyman has an 8-hole turret that I've played with quite a bit. Every show they're there.
I know the one you want.
I play with it.
I know the one you want.
The big
it's not made anymore. I know which one you want, but it's not made anymore. It's called the Texan.
Oh no, it's not the Texan. It's not.
That's great. My buddy had like.
No. I know the one you're talking about. No, this is a new. There's a new production. But anyway, that, and then one that I've wanted for a long time, and is the most accurate, most precise press that I've ever loaded on. There's one at the LGS up there, and anytime that, you know, there's any serious ammunition that needs to be reloading, because they load. They're also ammunition manufacturer.
Coax?
Yeah, Forster Coax. Forster Coax is just fucking bank when it comes to precision, man. It is insane.
I want one of the. I had one. I never used it. I sold it. I regret doing that, because literally, like, the minute I sold it, I started getting kind of into precision rifle.
Well, it's only for precision. It's not for bulk. You know, you'll wear yourself out with that kind of shit. But if you're already processing the way we process brass, then it's really easy. It's really easy to load on that thing.
I process my blaster 223 ammo the same way I process every other rifle round.
Yeah.
And people think that's, most of the guys I run with, they think I'm nuts. So I want that new M press by Frankfurt Arsenal, or whatever they call it, whatever it is. I think it's Frankfurt Arsenal.
Yeah.
That thing is legit. It is so badass. They're just never in stock. It's like, I want one. I can't buy one. What good is it if I can't buy it? I think actually it may be in stock now.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, Joe out there saying he's always wanted a Dylan.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with a rock chucker, man. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dylan, unless you've got a need to load a lot of ammunition, you know, you want to do a lot quick for whatever reason, there's no need for a Dylan, or even a progressive, you know, at all, for that matter.
Dude, that X1 is supposed to be I haven't really like pushed the envelope, but it is so fast.
Yeah, a lot of companies are going to They're going to that kind of stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like it. I'm so my brass prep for every rifle round gets the same thing. It all gets wet tumbled, all gets dry
Yeah, I
tumbled.
do. Yeah, I don't
It,
distinguish between any of
I
my
do it.
stuff. Cleaning
Yeah.
brass is cleaning. Prepping brass is prepping brass, as far as I'm
Well, I do
concerned.
I
The
uniform the
purpose.
primer hole on both
Yeah.
sides, right?
Yeah.
So I get the chip out of the inside from
Yeah,
where it's prepped,
deburr and yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and then I resize all the primer pockets get resized.
Yep.
All of the, I mean, they all get, every case gets trimmed.
Yeah.
Everyone gets chamfered. I mean, I've got that RCBS 3-way
For
cutting tool.
rifle, I don't get that crazy typically with pistol. I'll clean.
Oh yeah,
I'll
for rifle. This is
I'll
all for rifle.
a clean, pop a primer in and go, pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pistol is
Yeah.
pistol, who cares? But rifle, and even Hoser 223, where guys are like, I never even trim my Hoser 223, and I'm like, I literally like uniform the primer pockets. Like, I do stuff that nobody does.
Yeah.
For my blaster, I'm like, this is just, why would I not? I mean,
Yeah. It's just a little bit of time. It doesn't take a lot, and doesn't
makes
make
a
that
huge
much of a difference. But I mean, it can make you feel better. And honestly, that whole making you feel better, there's something to be said for that.
Yeah.
In a competition setting. So I've had kiddos do better just simply because you hand them a rifle that they prefer that color of rifle over the rifle or pistol that they had previously, right?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
it's the same exact. One's blue and one's red, but for whatever reason, and they're identical. But because they like that color, they shoot the blue one better than the red one. It's insane. It's so there's something to be said for that.
I, interestingly enough, have a so getting back to my son getting this 725 Browning. I told him that if he did well the rest of the week and showed that he was actually going to like apply himself and this was going to be a serious thing, then we would go buy the gun. And like literally the next round, he shot the highest score he had ever shot in sporting clays. And the next round after that, he shot the highest score he had ever shot in trap. It's like,
nice.
He shot an amazing round in double skeet. Like, and I'm like, they took, it may be his best round of skeet ever. And it was double skeets, which is even harder. So, it was one of those things where he, it's like every time he would just get better and get better and get better. And I'm like, this is awesome, dude. This is what you need. Yeah. And so now I told him, I'm like, hey man, I will 100% buy you the gun if you do this. Now, Andrew was saying, well, you should have got him a red label. I would love to buy him a red label. If I could find a Ruger red label.
I disagree, man. I disagree. And with all due respect to
I know. It's
Andrew,
a lot of gun, right? It's a lot of gun.
No, it's not just that, but and it's all opinion based and it's all perspective based and a lot of other things. But first of all, I don't know what angle Andrew's coming at it from when he says that. But as far as a collectability value, yes, red labels are awesome to the core. But you really don't see high-end competitors with red labels,
Right.
Well, why is that? I think it has to do with when you really get up and you start talking about swapping out chokes and you start talking about fitting and tuning. Do you really want to do that with a red label? Right. And I think that's one of the reasons. And then, but even then, he made a comment about the, oh heck, what was it? About the grade 6 or whatever. He's like, what's better than a grade 6? Well, Team USA, the Olympic shooters, they're shooting Perazzi, Krieghoff.
Yeah.
Perazzi, Krieghoff, Beretta, and Blaser, pretty much in that order, followed by Browning.
Right. Well, grade Browning 6 is the number one. Because I talked to Outdoor Outfitters Unlimited guy. They're the biggest Browning dealer in the country. They sell more Brownings than anybody
Oh,
else, and
it's
especially
popular as hell. I'm not discounting that it's popular.
and I asked him, I said, look, I can buy a Cesar Guarini, or however you say it.
Mhm.
I can buy but now that's a custom gun. They do have shelf models, but it's still custom, right?
Right.
And they're not cheap. I can buy a Kohler, I can buy a Perazzi, I can buy a Krieghoff. I hadn't considered a Blaser. I haven't seen one for sale in the U.S. I could buy a Fausti. If I bought
Blazers are everywhere, bro.
Are they really? I hadn't seen one.
Yeah. Blazers are everywhere. Look harder.
Okay. I've seen some of the rifles for sale, but I haven't seen any of the shotguns.
Yeah.
But they have, and I've seen. Well, now I lost my train of thought. The what's the other one? I just had it tip tongue sort of thing.
Beretta.
So the Perazzis,
Benelli.
Beretta.
Put something about a Benelli earlier.
Yeah, no, these are pretty nice over under shotguns.
Oh yeah.
We
covered
there's
them all.
A lot of
I thought.
we
haven't covered them all, but we covered the.
Yeah, we covered most of them.
I just come down on look at the serious, Olympic medalists and what are they shooting, and the Team USA people.
Right, we're not shooting Krieghoffs. That's the thing, is that because we were talking about Krieghoff, everybody's like, "Oh, I want a Krieghoff, and I'm like, okay. So I started looking. I'm like,
well, they are shooting Krieghoffs. I know 2 on Team USA right now that are shooting Krieghoffs.
Are they shooting Krieghoffs? Really?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought they were shooting Berettas and
mostly Perazzi, honestly.
Really? Perazzi?
At the Olympic level, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the Brownings are like the number one gun at his level, right? Like without there's a few Beretta, and I was paying attention this weekend while I was looking. There were a few Berettas, right? There were a couple of guns I couldn't identify because of this. They had a weird stock on them. It looked like a Browning with a different stock.
Mm-hmm. Could be,
but
custom job.
Yeah, it's like a synthetic
or fitted type
modular stock.
situation.
It's like just really trick looking. But the guy didn't hit very much with it, so obviously it wasn't adjusted properly. So there's a lot of guns. You're right. There's a lot of guns out there that can be bought, and there's a lot of guns out there that can be bought right. Which is always the preferred way to do it. I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
going with the one you're talking about, okay.
Yeah.
What I was getting at is if you were going to spend $8,000 on the grade 6.
Yeah.
Right. At that point, I would say
it might be more than that. I don't know.
I'm throwing a number out there because I'm guessing they're pretty close to $10,000.
Sure.
But I would be hesitant to say they're over that. But if you're going to do that, then why would you not just go ahead and jump into the class? If you're going to spend that much, you might as well jump into a class that he can go literally medal in the fucking Olympics with, and you never have to buy a new shotgun.
So that Fausti, so I didn't realize that Fausti was still selling guns in the US. And then I realized why. They're cheap. The cheapest gun that you can buy from them right now is like $3,000.
Yeah.
That's
about starting for what would be considered a good competition grade shotgun.
Yeah. And that's the least expensive gun you can buy from them. And it just goes up. And they're beautiful. I mean, a lot of engraving. They're just really beautiful guns. I'm like, you know what? He's 14. Like, if he makes it, if he decides to go to college on a, or if he's able to go to college on a Clay scholarship, I will be the first guy. My wife and I will both first in line to buy a new a new Fausti for $12,000 or a Kohler for 10 or a Perazzi for 15 or a Krieghoff for 21. You know,
Right.
we'll be the first. If he gets a
Right
scholarship
now, a $3,000 shotgun dude is going to get him there.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, he was in love the minute he picked up that 725. It was like he did not want to let it go. And the one that we're going to get is even nicer than what was at the show, because the one we're getting was a semi-custom order, because it doesn't have the ported barrels. So the standard 725 comes with ported barrels, and
Right.
this one does not. And this one comes with the interchangeable trigger shoes, and the standard
Now, why does
725 does not.
Why do you or he not like the ported barrels?
Oh, it's not a question of not liking them. It's that he doesn't have them, and he doesn't. He's like, well, I asked him. I said, "Would you want to try the ported barrels? A couple of your friends are using them," and he's like, my buddy says they're like a really huge pain to clean, and I've shot his gun. It just doesn't make a much difference to me. I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense, right? I think that his friend has the ported barrels because his friend's shorter and lighter than Aiden. My son is like right at 6 foot and 180 something pounds. I mean, like, he's a solid dude.
Right.
And he just doesn't want. I mean, I guess he just doesn't want the ported barrels. But I told him, I'm like, look, man, if you decide, if you come back next year and you shoot somebody's ported barrel gun and you like it, we'll send it out. We'll send the barrels out to Magna Port and have them EDM machine to have the ports in them.
Yeah.
It'll be better than it'll be fine. It'll be great. And so, as a matter of fact, his the CZ that we bought him is is an inexpensive gun, but mainly because it doesn't have any engraving and it's all blacked out, and he likes it. He likes that kind of tactical, blacked out, stealthy look. But I think that after this weekend, being with all of the guys with their like super high-end shotguns, I think he really likes the idea of a stainless steel or polished steel engraved receiver.
Yeah.
So
that's all part of it. That's all part of shotgun games. Is the pretty shotguns. It really is.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, you got to
PK. For PK out there, Winchester has historically and still continues to put out some pretty decent.
They have the 101, which is expensive.
Yeah, some pretty decent stuff.
Yeah.
Not when I was talking earlier, he says, "Dang, 3,000 plus." When I was talking earlier about good, 3,000 plus is about where the good ones start.
That is the start.
I'm speaking more in like serious competition. Grade. Honestly, just about all the over and unders out there, just about. Even the ones in the sub 1,000 market are decent over unders, just simply because they don't make that many of them. They're fairly small batch runs. They're very simplistic design anyway. And so, until you get down, I think Stevens makes one maybe closer to the 400 or 500 range that I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, mainly for the weight.
Well, the CZ that we bought him was the canvas back was I paid $700 for it, and it probably retailed for about $1,100.
Yeah, you got that on sale though, so yeah. But
no,
that
I bought it used. I bought it. A guy had literally fired it like 4 times.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You got a deal on that one.
I always get a deal. I don't
straight at retail that price.
That's why we're that. So,
but I say once you get into that $700 or $800 range, I mean, if you're just weekend warrior, wanting to have fun, maybe do some, local tournament stuff, some things like that. A $700 plus over and under, is well, I don't even care the brand, is probably going to get it done for you.
Yeah. and like I said, my son, there's nothing wrong. The thing that's wrong with the $700 gun is that it's going to be really hard to add weight to it to get, so that he can do a 200 round day. Right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's more of a competition style setting thing, and
Right.
that costs more money to play in that league, unfortunately.
And that's exactly why we talked. That's exactly. So we looked at the Satori C2 or C whatever, which is the entry level Satori that doesn't have an adjustable length of pull, but it has an adjustable comb. And that gun is $2,800. Like, that is your entry level Satori. Like,
yeah,
that's what it is.
So I got just folks out there may be interested. You talked about 32-inch earlier. I've got late last year, maybe it was late last year, early this year. Spandau sent me their premier. No, it's just their target model. It's not their premier target model. It was just their target model, which comes in just under $1,000. Spandau, Turkish, if I'm not mistaken, made, which a lot of over-unders are. Very
Turks
few are made.
Guns.
Very few over-unders are made in the U.S. anymore, unfortunately. And I'm trying to think of even one example to give you off the top of my head, and I can't right now. But I don't want to say that none are. But anyway, most of them are foreign made. Dude, that was my first experience with 32-inch.
Really?
And that's a super, yeah. And that's a super nice shotgun. I've shot anything from 20 all the way up to 30, but I've never shot a 32. And anyway, they sent it in to work with and do some things, and it's a pretty amazing shotgun. And I'm going to tell you something, 32, especially for trap, that's why I say, like, 32 for trap is insane, man. It is very, very freaking nice.
Yeah.
But that's something he's going to realize too as he moves up. Like, all the folks I know, on Team USA at the Olympic level and stuff like that, they don't shoot multiple events. You know what I mean? They have their niche. And there's multiple versions of trap, and then obviously, you've got 5-stand, you've got skeet, you've got sporting clays, you've got all this stuff, and then you got multiple versions of all that. And so once you get up in the really high end competitive, and hopefully one day he gets up there, you almost have to specialize. You almost have to pick your lane and, like, what do I do best? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And run
it
with
is
it.
interesting.
And you can always compete on the lower circuits and whatever the hell you want. But at that very top tier, international style level, you pretty much pick your game, and that's all you do.
Well, when we got there the other day to shoot sporting clays, to shoot skeet, somebody had already shot 100, which is insane.
On sporting clays or
on skeet?
Oh, so they did multiple, it was multi-round? Or it was
they always do 4. They always do 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they always do.
I was wondering how they got to 100. I'm like, how did they get to that? Makes sense.
Yeah, it's 4. You do your first round, and then you
4 rounds,
take a break, and then you do another round, and you take a little. And these are like, you only get a long break after your first 50 round. I mean, it's just like trap
in a row. That's crazy.
Yeah. So he had 100. He had 100 score, 100 out of 100, and then they had what was it? There's a guy at shot trap yesterday when we shot trap. There was a guy that had shot before us that had 100 as well.
Yeah.
So, and these are all high school guys.
Yeah.
These are all,
we had shooting sports program here, in Texas. At the high school level, we had some back in the day. And I say that's been 6-8 years ago probably now. I've been heavily involved, but up until up until that time anyway, through the 2000s. Um, had we had kids that were absolute ballers, man. I've seen many flawless. They'd go into tiebreaker round after tiebreaker round after tiebreaker round, and
Yeah.
just insane stuff. And I've never been that good. Skeet, definitely fun, not my game. Trap, fun, not my game.
Yeah.
I
So
do better, but I grew up hunting, right?
yeah.
So I grew up shooting at the birds that were changing directions and doing things, right? And so for me, five stand or sporting clays, I do better. Still not
hmm
great, but I do better.
So I think that if you're going to practice, if you're going to do multiple events, you just practice skeet, because if you can do skeet, you can do all of it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the same, it's the skills in all of them. The problem that I find with most of the high school kids, I'm going to have to wrap up here very soon, but I really do want to actually touch on this. The problem I find with most of the high school kids is they don't understand the chokes and they don't take the time to. And I've been harping on Aiden all
Really
weekend. I'm
good
like,
shooters though don't have to worry about that. I've been told that over and over and over and over by high grade
man, I've
shotgunners.
been told that I know a couple of champions, and I've been told the opposite. They're like, the shotgun is a thinking man's gun, and there's a couple of different ways you can do things. And they're like, you can know your chokes, know your patterns, and know, when you see that target presentation, you change your choke, and you know you're going to hit. Or you don't change your choke and you change your ammo. So if it's a 35-yard or 40-yard shot, then maybe you're going to go up to your 1275 or 1300 foot per second ammo.
Yeah.
And then if if you're
Yeah.
going to, maybe it's a 20-yard shot, and so you're going to go
Open
down
it up.
to 9 shot. You're going to go to a softer ammo so that you can
Yeah.
just save yourself. And or you're going to choke up, and it's just going to be,
Well,
that's just the way of it. So, and I'm trying to teach Aiden now. I'm like, listen, I'm telling you, that guys that are really good at this have told, one of the things when I talk to them about how to work how to get you to work doing this, one of the
mhm.
things they said is that you just have to approach every single station and just look at it. And I'm trying to get him to look at it, man. I'm trying to get him
Yeah.
to just look at the way the birds are flying. Look,
Understand it. Yeah.
if the birds are flying away from you and you know that more than likely you're going to have a 35 or 40-yard shot, go to the full choke, pop the full choke in and pop in maybe that hot ammo, man. And just so you don't have to lead it as much. And it's the same lead every time. And that's
Yeah.
what that's what those guys were telling me. And so I'm going to tell you, so there was a stage on the sporting clays, or a station on the sporting clays, our last one actually. And they had the throwers up on these elevator, the jack machines, right? So they have the elevators like 40 feet off the ground, 50 feet off the ground. And you had A report B. And they were basically right next to each other. So the first one would fly, and then the second one would fly. And if you did it right, you could take one, pause, and the next one would be like 8 feet above it, right? So you could just move up a little bit and take that pause and get the second bird. Aiden got 3 of those because I told him to choke up, and he went with a light mod and a full. And
Yeah.
I told him to choke
Well,
up, and he actually got 3 out of the 6 birds. He was the only person on his squad to do that. Everybody
yeah.
else was shooting ICs. Everybody, or they were shooting whatever they've been
I
shooting
will.
for.
Yeah. Well, and there may be a reason for that. That's what I wanted to hit on. What a lot of people don't realize, and I've learned this. A lot of the chokes I know, even though I've been told that if your mechanics are solid, your reaction, you understand the game, and it's a visual thing too, and it's also a
Mhm.
whole lot of practice, like thousands, thousands,
Yeah.
thousands, and thousands of rounds a
Mhm.
year, hundreds of thousands probably. Then
Yeah.
yeah, you can probably the choke doesn't matter as much. But here's the issue when it comes to chokes, if you're playing that choke game, is that you have to go to a lot of times a custom choke company because the chokes that come with that shotgun or that are available over the counter are garbage.
Oh, you're
Like
going to
they're
spend
they're
$400.
the standard cylinder, improved cylinder, modified, full. Like
Mhm.
that's basically it. And you're like, okay, the most common chokes I see used are a skeet and a light modified.
Yeah.
Is the most common ones I see used, or I did over the years in shooting sports, was the skeet and
Yeah.
the light modified, and those are absolutely
Never come up.
100% not
Yeah.
available in anything. Now, don't get
Well,
me wrong. Don't get me wrong. In $3,000, $5,000, $8,000 shotguns, maybe,
yeah.
but in sub $1,000 shotguns for sure, you don't see those chokes.
I just add $400 to the price of the gun because I know I'm going to buy chokes, and they're going to be $400.
And you need two of each, right? So, like, that's the other thing that sucks.
Well, sometimes you definitely need two.
Well, it's nice to have two of each. Let me put
Yeah,
it to you
yeah,
that
it's
way.
nice to have two, but like, so for what we have for the CZ is we have a single skeet because he'll shoot skeet and IC. So he'll shoot the skeet for the close bird, IC for the far, right? And that works out pretty good. And what he's really doing, and I keep telling him this, I'm like, look, you're not worried about your cone of shot because it's basically going to be the same for the close shot as the far shot with these chokes. What you're really looking
At
at
that distance, yeah.
at that distance is because your lead will change. You know, if your if your pattern's opened up, you now have
Right.
now you have, instead of a cone that's 8 or 10 inches or 12 inches that's going to hit, most of the shots going to hit it. Now that your big bunch of shot is really small because all of the rest of it's spread out.
Mhm.
And I keep telling him, like, you just have to understand how these chokes work, and you need to get, of course, he's patterned them before, but he doesn't pattern them enough to keep it fresh in his mind what it looks like. And that's how he got those
Yeah.
3 birds, is he was using, with the full and the modified choke, he was able to use his standard pattern or his standard lead, right? His standard lead to shoot and get the birds, where everybody else was trying, like, 8 feet of lead, 4 feet of lead, whatever, and they were missing because their shot pattern. What they weren't really understanding is that instead of having an effective 12 or 14-inch cone of shot, they were down to like 4-inch or 6-inch, and they were missing high or low usually, and
Right.
it's just again, the shotgun's a thinking man's gun. There's
Yeah.
so much, if you don't want to change chokes, use a higher velocity shell. It's going to
And
have.
chokes, yeah, and like you said, chokes are one of those games. Most of the time, people choke up too much. Is what
Yes.
I see,
Yeah.
because they don't pattern, they don't get out on a board and see. But at 20, 25 yards, it doesn't
Mhm.
matter if you're using cylinder bore or full. The pattern is about the freaking same.
Yeah.
You know, um, and that's not necessarily true. There's some deviation, but you get what I'm saying. Until you start really getting out there, 30, 40.
Mhm.
45, 50, 60, something like that. Yeah, okay, then maybe, you need to choke up. There have been, I can remember one sporting clays thing that we went to. It was one of the very last ones, matter of fact, before I stepped down out of the program. And I changed from my skeet choke one time. There was one stage that I had a fairly close crosser, but at the same time, it was a true pair. But at the same time, one was going away. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way this skeet choke, because by the time I get this crosser and then and I got to get the crosser
Mhm.
first, right? And by the
Right.
time I get this crosser, that one is going to be so far out. There's no way. And I changed my secondary to light modified. And
Mhm.
of course, I cleaned the stage. It was the right call. But that whole course, I shot 2 skeet the entire time. The entire time. So, and like that's what I'm saying. People will choke up. They'll think it's further away than it actually is. Now with
Yeah.
trap, you do get some that can potentially be out there, depending on if it's throwing doubles or what's
It's
going on.
It's interesting because he shot trap yesterday and he still had the chokes in from Super Sporting that we shot, and I think he had a light mod
Mm-hmm.
and a mod in.
That'd probably be fine for trap.
And
I typically
was
run 2 light
beautiful for
mods on
trap.
trap. Yeah, I typically run 2 light mods on trap. Usually, is what I'll run.
Yeah.
Um,
But he only uses one barrel, so
well, I'm talking about if obviously if it's just one bird at a time, but sometimes you play doubles, right? So
yeah, we're actually that's tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon, we're shooting or he's shooting double trap.
yeah,
And I think, and I want to say it's only a 50 round flight, which means we'll be gone like super early. Maybe it's 100. It doesn't matter. But
and I'll tell you the other thing is what a lot of people don't realize is all you got to do is bust the clay. You don't have to turn it into dust. It's fun when you do. Don't get me wrong. I mean, a 30-yard, 25, 30-yard bird hit with a full choke is amazing. I fucking love the look of that when it disappears completely, right? Like it's like boom, and it's like completely gone. There's not a piece falling off or it falls into pieces. But at the end of the day, a dusted one is just as good as chipping one. Like, so who cares?
So I'm gonna say this, and then I've got to get some sleep, so I'll be useful tomorrow. I'm a big believer in the Tom Knapp style sight, which uses a hollow tube at the front, at the back.
Because I don't even believe in sights.
Yeah, I know. So he uses a hollow tube at the back and then a fiber optic in front of it, so that if you are canted or off, the tube becomes an ellipsis or half blocked or whatever. And so only when you see the full round circle are you made it and you're perfect with the gun. And it's I always thought it helped me, but it's really helping the boy. The Tom Knapp sight there's something to that that when they developed that was a good thing. He hit almost as many birds when the front sight. So the reason we put that sight on is because his other front sight was loose and we didn't catch it in time, and it fell off the gun somewhere at practice, and he just didn't have the front sight. So, but yeah, it's I like it, and I think he's really going. I really told him about this about buying the 725 because I wanted to motivate him to get it done. I wanted him to motivate him to put time and effort and energy into the weekend and being part, being there for his team, being part of the whole deal, and and really really getting into it, right? And he has. And so as a reward for that, he gets a better he gets a better gun. He gets a better piece, right? And I think that's only fair. So
now what color is he running?
Color gun?
On the sight. The front fiber.
Oh, it's green. It's a green. It's a green.
Green. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, here there's some there's a lot of argument about the red or the red with the green outline, green halo around it. The green works perfect for him. His eyes pick it up good, even when so he wears a transition glass, so he doesn't wear, because he wears glasses. But you need sunglasses, so he uses a transitions like I do. They're just different, and he's got really like a pretty good. He's a pretty good setup now. He's on it, and the green he can see perfectly through his sunglasses. I thought the red was kind of canceled out. So
now, question: where are you picking that? Where did you pick that site up at? Do you remember? Because they're discontinued. They've been discontinued for years.
So True Glow or
oh, they acquired them.
Yeah, they
Oh snap!
acquired the site. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm going to True Glow right now. I've never played around with one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I've never played around with one of those because they discontinued them.
Yeah, I have an original. The one that he has on the gun right now is an original Tom Knapp site, but I bought a that I bought a long time ago, and but
There they
and I
are.
just took it off my gun. Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Yep, they bought the patent out or something apparently.
Well, I think it expired because
It's not called well, it's not. It's the same thing. It's not called the same thing. But
yeah,
it's
they
the
don't
same
call it
thing.
Tom Knapp, but it comes up if
Oh,
you search
snap.
for Tom Knapp site. Whoever had it before, whether it was True Glow or whoever, they let it expire or whatever. They went out of business.
That's
Whatever.
awesome. That's awesome.
It
I'm
is.
glad
Yeah,
we
it's a
got
good-
in. I'm glad we got into some shotguns. So I may have to pick one of those up, or
well, they're
just
like $15. So
or call. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was like, damn, I could call True Spec. I mean, the True Glow. Just call them Monday. They'd probably
yeah,
send me one. But I'm like, they're like $17. So I was like,
yeah,
I may just buy one just to because I've always wanted to play around with one. I'm not a
yeah.
big, but I don't shotgun worth a shit, right? Don't get me wrong. That's my.
Mhm.
I'm a precision guy. That's my least.
Yeah.
That's my. I'm not a reactionary swinging stuff around. Um, but
So it's a lot. Yeah, it's
so
just a lot like
I've never used sights. I've never been taught. All of my training, talking with, like I said, all of the high end people that I know, like sights, some kind of sight or dot or bead never comes into play with them.
Mhm.
But being how I suck, maybe this would help me get to a point to where I wouldn't need it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Maybe it could
well,
be a training.
what it
Maybe it
really
could be a.
does is it trains your
That's what I'm
eye
saying. Maybe it would be a training device
to
for me. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm
to look
thinking.
down the rib right and to
Yeah.
mount the gun the same every
Hmm.
time because
Exactly.
your eye will pick up that little bit of ellipsis,
Hmm.
and once
Hmm.
you kind of train yourself to do it right, I think it works out pretty well.
Yeah, I'm getting one of those.
I have a kind of
Now
a
you
different side.
said,
Go ahead.
just real quick, you said he had something on the rear too, or he's just got. It's a
No,
tube
just
though that you look down.
just that. Yeah, it's just that, and
Okay.
that's double-sided taped to the rib,
Yeah. No. Yeah.
and so it won't come off or anything, and it
Okay.
doesn't weigh
I thought
anything.
you had said he had something on the rear too, or something.
No, so that it has that little tube on the back of the sight.
Yeah, it's a tube with a fiber through it with slots in the front where it can
Yeah.
get light. Is all
So
it is. Yeah.
the tube at the back is hollow
Yeah.
for
Right.
about
You
an
can see,
inch,
so you can
and
see through it. Yeah.
yeah, so if you cant the gun in any direction,
You don't see the dot,
you
basically.
don't see the dot, or you see an
Yeah.
ellipsis, or you see half a dot, or whatever, and then your eye automatically says this is fucked and fixes it.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
think that could be a good training aid, man. I think that might help my shotgun game. So I'm going to order a couple
well,
of
Tom
those.
Tom Knapp was like one of the best shotgun shooters ever, and he actually used it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. Definitely.
yeah, he developed that specifically, I think, because he shot so many different guns, and he could just put that on there and instantly know that even if the gun wasn't right, he could adjust quickly so he could hit the target. So,
They've got two different ones here. They've got. I don't know which one is more like the original. They've got the Universal, what the one they call a Universal and Universal Pro. The Universal is about twice as long.
I don't know. I don't have the packaging, but I
That
could take a
was
picture of the one on the gun.
was that the Tom Nat was that was like the easy hit.
Yeah, I think they did call it an easy hit.
Easy hit, maybe sight or easy shot or something.
I'll
like
tell
that.
you exactly which one we just bought. So let me see.
Easy hit was the original, and it's a long one. So the original. So I would want the Pro if I was getting one like the original. So yeah, cool. That's getting ordered. Thanks, Grid.
Yeah, man.
That's
I'm
why we
here
have
to
these.
help.
That's why we have these conversations, man. so we
Yeah.
can spend money.
That's exactly what I bought a True Glow Pro Series front sight universal fit shotgun with vent rib fiber optic green. It's
I've got
exactly
I've got a True Glow, just the reliability. Nothing to do with that because it's double-sided tape and sticks on. But I've got a True Glow 4-power shotgun or slug scope or shotgun that's on my super heavy barrel 12 gauge slug gun. And that thing has been on there for years, taking a beating with those slugs, man, and stuff.
I've never had any luck with
And it
anything True
runs.
Glow.
It has been it's been fine, but that's a shotgun scope, right? Like their red dot stuff. I haven't had a lot of good luck with any of that. So, but this is just a freaking fiber optic rod that sticks to the
It's
front.
super easy, and like I said, it's the hardest part of the whole thing is getting it evenly lined up on the rib if you have a really wide rib.
Yeah, I can see that. What about now? Do you have to remove the front sight, or is it going behind the front sight?
It goes behind the front sight,
or behind the front bead, I should say.
Yeah.
And
on my Versamax, I just stuck it right behind the front optic. I mean the fiber optic.
Oh yeah.
And I just So even if I had a problem, I still had the other fiber optic on there.
Wonder if it'd be any benefit moving it if you moved it further back or anything.
I have no idea.
Be interesting. Maybe something to play with. I'll check out the double-sided tape. If is that double-sided tape something that can be replaced?
Oh, that stuff really is hard to get off. I had to cut it off and then get adhesive and stuff, and it's legit.
Oh, you've had to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I had to remove it. It's legit to get it off. It's not. I mean, it comes off, but
I just didn't know if it being further back would, because it's you're not precision shooting, so having your sight, any kind of sight or sighting point further forward, that's a precision thing. You want it as far forward as possible.
Well, I think in this case you want it as far forward as you can so that your eye doesn't have to jump.
Yeah, you want your focus to be further down range as well. If you're focusing close, that's probably, you can't look past it. You know what I mean? You want it as far down as you can because you're going to be watching the bird. Technically, you watch the bird, not the gun. So that makes sense.
That's right.
Yeah,
absolutely. So
cool. Get out of here, man.
All right, man. I'm going to bed. I got to get up and go go shoot stuff in the morning. That's what I'm going to do. You guys have a great night. I don't see anybody live right now, so if you guys find somebody live, go there. Otherwise, I'm not doing a redirect tonight. And you guys have a great night. And get off my lawn. Oh, and obviously, I redid the set once again, and I will continue to improve it. And hope you guys like it. We'll talk much later.
Good night.
See you guys.